I want to say, well, congratulations, obviously. First season or first series win for you guys in the, obviously in the DPC league.
beaten.
Yeah, we didn't get a video of those.
Just murdered someone from Secret. And then now, what have they done to the rest? There's just a stack of bodies at the Alliance HQ.
I mean, they're on the way, right? 3-0.
Yeah.
Taking down 3 of the 4 horsemen, the Elite 4, whatever you want to call them. And now they just have one left, Team Secret.
You see the guy with the scythe knocking on the doors? Mm-hmm. He's coming for Team Secret. Now, okay, so I want to set the scene for this one because Team Alliance's run has been very, very impressive. But also previous season. Previous season, they came second, and everybody was like, Secret top team. And, maybe we didn't give Alliance that much credit for their second performance, but they were stable. They were one of the few teams that was actually stable in their performance, and they have been stable this season as well, T.
Yeah, the important thing is it's the idea that you perform well at the groups, and then of course there's a whole major that can kind of skew things, but Alliance in the group stage, online, is looking very strong, and I would say that they are most likely the favourites of this series, because Secret, they kind of let their foot off the gas a little bit. They're just kind of a bit more casual. And Alliance, they are not letting anyone pass.
And honestly, if you're fans of Europe, you're probably rooting for Alliance because you consider their point total. They're at 300. If they were to win this season, go up to 800, I believe that puts them in like a 90% probability to qualify directly to TI on points.
Yeah.
Secret, by all purposes, is already through.
What was the number though, Carl? Give us it again. What's the percentage that they're staying in?
90% plus if they win this season.
Just
98% plus, I believe.
No, Secret is 99.8.
That's the one.
Secret is 99.87% guaranteed for TI. We ran 10,000 simulations and they qualified. 9,987 of them.
And how many simulations did you run on Alliance in this series?
Oh, we don't have to run simulations of that because they have actually played quite a few times in the last year. But before we take a look at that, let's take a look at the standings right now. We already said Alliance at the top of the charts. They're 3-0, and they are able to beat the best. They beat Liquid, they beat OG, they beat Team Nigma, and Team Secret is the last one remaining of the teams that would take a series of them, right?
Yeah, I guess
because they shouldn't lose against the rest.
Yeah, and the main reason why I say that Alliance is the favourites for this is because they're 3-0 against the teams that are in the top 4.
Yeah.
Then you look at Secret, they beat Tundra, bottom team, 2-1. They beat Smashers, one of the bottom teams, 2-1. They lost to Liquid, 2-0. They haven't had a strong showing yet across pretty much any of the real teams. So for sure, this is going to be a very close series.
Yeah, it could be. We obviously asked Saxa yesterday what he thought about this upcoming series, and he said Team Secret is not looking like their normal self, and he would give Alliance the absolute edge because they have been crushing it. He said the major performance of Alliance, they choked, but they're back, and if they can fix that, I mean, this team can definitely do very well. We do have an extensive history between these two teams over the last online season 2020, and they have faced a lot of the times. And I know, Kyle, I've already told you the results, so I'm going to have T here guess what the result is. They faced 10 series, T. What do you think it was? 10 series, 25 games. You can choose either one which you want to guess.
I'll go with the series.
Yeah.
I'll say it was a 7 wins for Secret, 3 for Alliance.
It was a 9-1. The only series that Alliance took off Team Secret was at ESL 1 Birmingham online, and they took the series in the first round of the playoffs, and then they met again in the grand finals, and it was one of the Secret 3-0 finals for Alliance. Like on the Alliance on the receiving end of that.
That was Secret 2020.
That was Secret 2020. Secret 2021.
Team of the year.
Bit different.
Yeah. It is a different setting, though. I think Secret certainly took their foot off the gas, as we stated. They're pretty much into TI. Alliance are hungry because they don't want to have to play. I don't think anybody wants to play in this EU qualifier. Consider also, let's say Liquid or Enigma were to win. They wouldn't be guaranteed. We would need, as a region, them to perform at the major.
Yeah.
And after the results of the previous one, I don't know if I trust Europe internationally just yet.
Just in general, yes.
No.
Yeah.
So Alliance can lock it up. They win this series. They pretty much then have easy streets to get a potential clean sheet.
Yeah.
Guaranteed first place.
It's the playoffs,
and
right?
a guaranteed TI spot.
Yeah, and in the playoffs, they might have a better shot than in group stages.
True.
Yeah, it's not easier, but it's nicer kind of seeing teams
More
playing.
comfortable.
Exactly, yeah. And first place, it's just broken, the concept of it. You get so many more DPC points, you go straight to playoffs, you get to then have a little bit more chill and watch everyone else. So it is, it's a bit broken right now, that kind of first position. So that's what Alliance is chasing.
I think that people figure that out, though. There's definitely a lot more tenacity this second season across all regions, but from what we've seen so far in EU as well. Like, people are not messing around anymore.
Yeah, all the more credit to Alliance for taking it 3-0 so far already. We are also going to hear from Hanskin, and we're going to hear him talk about his balancing of his real life and his esports career.
Lift away from it. Miracle can't actually cut us. One step right for the jump on Miracle. It miscalculated. It didn't have enough mana to get back.
The fact that your whole sense of self-worth is tied into your tournament results, and it's a zero-sum game. Like, you're killing someone else's dream so that yours may live.
Yeah.
This is not for the faint of heart, and definitely mad respect to all the guys who continue to do it day in, day out.
Yeah.
Power to you. I'm chill right here. I like this seat.
You don't have to do physical exercise here, right?
Nah.
You don't have to help your mind, body, and then here you can just exactly. No, close up on Kyle, please, not me. We're looking at Kyle.
That's why we're trying to do some exercise every break at the moment. There's water, of course, in that cup. You know, healthy hydration is important. Let's focus our attention to the opponents of Alliance. Team Secret, they were the 2020 Team of the Year. You mentioned it, Kyle. They have been looking hot. They came fourth at the Major, the only European team to not crumble under the pressure. What's wrong with them?
I mean, they also were in the playoffs to start, to be fair.
Yeah, sure.
Like, the wildcard group stage, I believe, is a longer tournament than the playoffs. So,
fair.
Pretty brutal.
No, the wildcard playoff is 4 days.
Games played, though.
Oh, yeah, games played. That's mad.
There's a lot more games.
You only have to win 4 series if you want to win, you know. EG, unfortunately, only won 3 series.
3.5.
No, you can't count that. That literally doesn't work. Doesn't work.
Trust me, I've tried in the past. It doesn't work. They're qualified, you know, and we even heard from Yapsor, one of the interviews. He's taking it very seriously.
Yeah.
Yapsor, he always gives his best, but Zai's been phoning it in.
Whoa. You're
too much fun.
All right, just for those who didn't watch the interview, it's Yapsor and Zai collectively.
Yeah.
It's like a band of brothers going down on the ship together. They are both a little bit more cash.
Yapsor said, you know, Puppy, he always plays like it's the TI finals. Every time. Yapsor and Zai, though, maybe a little bit goofing around more.
You can also kind of see that in their drafts a little bit, where they're not goofing around, but they're at least kind of trying out new stuff, or other teams are aligning themselves to like what kind of is becoming the meta.
Yeah.
And that's either Secret going, why are we revealing anything in a group stage that really doesn't matter too much for us? They are falling victim to that, struggling to get clean wins, but if they turn up to this series with all guns, then it should be close. But if they are a little bit more creative, the discipline of Alliance should be able to outweigh that.
The thing is, though, Alliance, keep in mind, like they've played 9 games. They've won all the series, but they all went to third games.
Yeah, they have.
And they were competitive. Like,
they were.
As expected when you consider their competition. So I think it'll definitely be a series. And if I'm Secret, I would probably experiment a bit. Give YapzOr something a little weird.
No, sign.
Yeah.
You know what's coming from
more
Alliance,
fun with
right?
it, but definitely play your best.
Experiment maybe only in game 1. If it doesn't work out, you know? Or maybe only in game 2 if you want game up. I don't know. Is it a real time to experiment? I'm not sure about that.
Like, after watching, the VT from Alliance, right?
Yeah.
Secret might be going, wait a second. We don't want that to happen, and maybe now they're going to come in differently. They had, plan A, and then plan B. They're like, well, no, okay, we're going to go back to, the first plan because we don't want to have this on our hands.
Secret's in a weird spot because they're likely qualified to TI. They are qualified to TI, I'll just say it. Like, they are.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, hypothetically, let's say they even missed this major, right? They would just disappear until TI, which is when? Late August? We're in April.
Fingers crossed for something to happen in between major and TI. Other than qualifiers.
True.
It's a long time, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Normally there are some tournaments here and there. We just hope
Get the
for
Face It League back together, get all the guys playing some high-level pub.
One big difference between these two teams as well is, of course, Alliance. They are all of them on bootcamp, and Team Secret has not done that. They are, of course, all from different countries.
That Secret's fall from grace. That's what Kyle was trying to tell you.
They're, of course, all from different countries, and we have Zai talking about that.
I'm wearing hot dogs.
Alive, and Ace is taking so much damage from these axes. He's got to retrieve, but nice interception there from Rasmus. He stops the charge on through, gives up his life to be able to bring down Yaps.
Regions, and he has had a lot of success in all of them.
For sure. I think his time in NA has really helped craft him and mold him into that perfect, complete player that he is.
Please,
just calm down.
Just stop it.
I was going to let him talk.
All the Infinity Stones. He just has to go to China now, and he'll get his last level of power.
T, get control of your guy.
No, just let Kyle. No, because if I do, then we argue. We're trying to be nice today.
That is fair.
So you don't want to go Nahaz.
And like Kyle's just doing his own thing. He's already so wrong. So just let him be wrong.
Yeah. Coming into this series, before we see the draft, I'm curious, do we give Alliance the upper hand here in terms of who we think is going to take the series based on the results so far?
In play, I will give Alliance the upper hand.
Yeah.
In draft, I'll give Secret the upper hand just because Alliance, even though they're performing well, their drafts aren't anything too surprising. They're still leaning on the idea of S4's the tanky offlaner, the normal 4. So I think Secret, if they're prepared with some solid drafts, they will be able to maybe outwit Alliance a little bit, but just the resilience of Alliance will come in the game.
I don't think it's even going to be competitive. I think Alliance is going to smash them. They're confident enough to make that video. The Secret is out. They could be the ones.
I mean, they have to, right? After that video, they made that...
Go the pig too. Everything's out.
I was talking.
You're too late. The pig's gone. So they will be able to maybe outwit Alliance a little bit.
I think if you make a video
But
like
just
that,
the resilience
you better
of
put your money where your
Alliance
mouth
will
is,
come
right?
in
They're coming in. This has way more meaning
Alliance
to
is going to
Alliance.
smash them.
Yes.
They're confident enough to make that video. The Secret is out. They could be.
I mean, they have to, right? After that video, they made that...
Go the pig too. Everything's out.
I was talking.
You're too late. The pig's gone. We don't need to hear that again, guys.
I think if you make a video like that, I mean, you better put your money where your mouth is.
I'm just energized now.
They're coming in. This has way more meaning to Alliance. So
Yes.
This allows them to state, we beat the 4 best teams in this group.
Yep.
We're the best team in Europe. We're going to the major. We're going to bear that flag. And the added benefit of we won't have to play this absurd TI qualifier.
I thought you were going to say group stage because
they're both pretty absurd.
Realistically, OG and Nigma, the number 1 and number 2 from TI, will probably be playing in the TI qualifier if one of them doesn't go win the major.
Yes. Woo. All right, well, let's see what the drafts are going to be here. I'm very curious. So far, every third game that Alliance has won, and a lot of the games other than that as well, we have seen Limp on his Dragon Knight. I don't know how Alliance gets their hands on it every time, but I just want to see it at some point banned out. We're going to have a first pick coming out from Alliance. Team Secret will therefore get overall last pick. Don't think anybody is surprised by too many of the bans coming out. We saw Nisha's Storm Spirit already in action. Don't want to deal with that. Grimstroke, Beastmaster, Puck. All pretty straightforward. Nothing out of the ordinary. Centaur first pick. Nothing out of the ordinary. If anything's out of the ordinary is coming out, Team Secret, this is what they would have prepared for. This is what they would go out of the box for, but it's not that surprising, I guess.
This is what Alliance has done all season long, though. They're sticking with the fundamentals. Smash Mouth Dota 2, 3 beefy cores, a whole bunch of stuns.
Yeah, but the game that they played, IO, it was against Thunder, it was game 2. They played IO Luna. Did not work out. I hope it's a different pairing.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be doing that again. And they're taking a bit more time.
Core Wisp, right?
Well, it had the flexibility. When they last played it, it was a support IO enabling a core Luna. This was a Luna that was complete free farm. They played it offlane. This time, it is the Gyrocopter.
But I'm not a fan of Gyro into Centaur. Nor do...
Because Stampede and you just run away from everything?
Was there a stat like support Wisp at the major had won like 1 game and core Wisp didn't lose?
Yeah, that was
pre-patch.
Yeah,
sure.
So I think the idea, though, is when you see the Centaur, it's going to give this IO Gyro like a free time to also farm out their lane. They can utilize the Tricamp secret often when they pick IO, or at least that one game. They did go aggro dual lane just so they could get the stats going and just go full farm mode. Alliance,
this is
such a strong pick with the Lina. Yeah. Centaur Lina. Lina's very strong in the patch. The patch is now better.
Lina's stock is on fire right now. It's just straight to the top. It's now a first 2 pick. I think it won't be long before it's first 2 ban, especially against Wisp. Ton of burst damage. What do you think?
Because Shiva likes playing it, and if you talk about it now,
I just don't want to get a nerf. Thank you. It's an okay pick.
But the key thing is
stun on the reload end too.
Yeah, it's very good. It is very good.
The key thing is the reason why Lina is back to being viable is because of her passive allowing her to stack up the right click, attack speed. And with that chip behind such beefy offlaners, you get
above average range too. More than 600 attack range. 625, right?
Not a lot of them.
Please don't ban it in my pubs.
I'm not. I'll check it. We'll check the books.
Check the books. We got Tusk banned out, which is surprising because we recently, I guess Yapster is one of the few position 4s that still plays a lot of melee position 4s, and we had.
Sorry, Carl was really happy about this attack range thing, Shiva.
What is
670.
It's Clinks with 625. Alina has more. Wow. I didn't realize that.
10 seconds remaining.
AA is 675.
Yeah. They buffed it recently.
Wow. Dude, people should pick more
attack range aside. Sorry, what were you saying, Shiva?
I was saying that recently we've seen spellcasting position 4s be more popular than melee position 4s, apart from when you're talking about Team Secret.
Yeah.
Again, the main reason here is the offlane is getting picked. Enable those 4s.
Yep.
We're moving away from the ranged offlaners back to the aura buying offlaners with a bit more initiation, unlocking these big damage dealers.
We were seeing like Viper Tusk in the offlane. Now we're Lina Centaur.
But what I'm saying is that Alliance still ban out those melee position 4s because Yapster is the only one that still picks those.
Oh yeah,
that's nice.
Yeah.
Dota, I think, who was it talking about in the interview? It might have been Yapster, or it was probably Zai. This is the sort of thing Zai would say, but you look around the regions, and you can see a lot of different ideas of Dota that all work. It's really just coming down to the preference of the players. So, to Yapsor, I wouldn't be surprised if he plays Earthshaker when things come to crunch time.
But that's where Secret, they are, forever have been a team that is very slow in the way that they play, where they allow their opponent to come to them. Like, think about how Virtus Pro have been playing in their series recently. That's a big scrim partner for Secret. They don't cross the river, they allow their opponent to come to them, and then they punish.
Are they still after their major performance?
Maybe not.
To play somebody else.
Yeah.
EG, can you play on pink?
It's turn to pick.
All right, we got Sven as the last ban coming out.
Yeah, it's a solid ban. That is, I think, another hero we're going to see a lot more of.
Yeah.
The cleave is just so good. And
mainly into gyro. It's one of the this is where
too.
Secret's bans are simply the idea of we picked our gyro, we're going to ban out the win conditions that we feel would counter us.
It's also, I think we're just back to more of this ancient stacking meta. And Sven, like all these Battle Fury carries, well, Sven has one built in and can go full fighting items.
There's one thing that I feel like Team Secret should get in their next two, not necessarily hero-wise, but more like one thing that they should cover. Because Alliance is doing great on the stuns. Team Secret, not so much, and I feel like they will need to, because otherwise, Centaur, you hit Stampede, and they're just gone.
Yeah, like
Rubik, perhaps.
Tiny. Okay. So this is a little bit, it's their mid hero, most likely for Nisha to play. But from Alliance, again, the idea of the bans, the Tusk and Nixies, are both supports that can unlock the fight where they open up for the relocate.
That's also very good to take third, because Alliance might be thinking Tiny in this spot with all the stuns. And it's Limp. Like, I actually I played with this man. I lived with Limp for years.
And he loved the Tiny?
Multiple games. If you ever say, hey, do you want Tiny?
He just says yes.
He will say yes.
All right.
There's some games he would say no. It's like a terrible, terrible matchup. But if you pushed him, he would still play Tiny.
Happy he has a filter on it.
Legit, I think there's not many hero player combinations that you can say, yep, that's the best person on this hero. Limp is the best Tiny. He just is. He has been for years.
Is Limp also not a really good Lina? I seem to remember that, but I don't know why. I haven't seen him play it in a while, though.
He is, but I don't think that you...
Well, when you think of him, you think of DP, DK, and then added the...
When I think of Lina, I think of Sumail. I think of maybe Thompson, more so.
You can still play it, though.
It's a stylistic thing. Limp is your initiator. He's a bruiser. And a lot of these other mids, Thompson as an example, prefer this flashy spellcaster style. Pugna is another example.
Yep.
Dang.
Now, there's one thing that is very obvious when you're the best Tiny player. You also know what is best against Tiny.
Yeah.
And you know how to play that because you know how annoying it is to play against. So I'm curious to see what Limp will get his hands on for that. I am very excited for the Warlock, though. I've seen this be a very dominant hero with the Fatal Bond.
So TA used to be really nice against Tiny. I think you win the lane. The thing is, Tiny gets so much armor now that it's tough to target him later in the game.
Okay.
But Tiny combo doesn't really ever affect you because of refraction.
You can kill Io real nicely.
For first, we need to look at just Alliance's carry right now, because they set themselves up with this Warlock pick to go potentially for a Spectre to go into the Io Gyro. They can easily go for a greedier, like a Void. Not so great in laning phase, but with the Warlock, you get to farm. And then there's the final one, which is the Juggernaut. You have no pressure of the type of game that they have right now. So they're the big three for Alliance to talk about. And that's where Secret, we mentioned, this Tiny mid lane, but if it's a 5 IO, playing with the Gyro, Tiny's now just a 4. This is where you might want to pick up a more flexible hero to keep that Tiny flex going a little bit longer into the draft.
Yeah. I think they commit to it as 4, though.
Bam. This is nice.
Okay, now Tiny's flexed.
Well, exactly. So they pick the Underlord up. Tiny's flexed between 4 and then mid, and then they have this Underlord to deal with it. But it just opens up for, I think, Juggernaut still comes into play.
Right. It's cool to watch the meta progress, because yesterday we saw Hellbear Smashers almost beat OG in a series, I think, on the back of the Rasmus Underlord. And honestly, if it's a better team, they're beating OG. And they played their hearts out, but this Underlord pick was sick because it was great in the lane. The team fight potential is nuts, and you get to call a taxi. Do you know how helpful it would have been 2, 3 a.m. if I just had a go-to taxi teleport?
But the key thing is, though, we've seen multiple different pro players play the taxi recently. And Kezu, for example, not a good Uber driver. No. You don't want him playing. No, but Rasmus, he's done the hours.
How about Zai? How do Swedish drivers
This is his premiere.
Sweden, I will say, we've had to drive to and from the studio every day. I've been relatively impressed.
Nice.
People are very polite. They're signaling. I've never seen signals used on a highway before till I came here.
I mean, Kyle, you're not the one driving. Cap is. He's not impressed. Okay, we'll see Zai make the plays here with the Underlords.
Response to that, though, the Underlord, like you just mentioned, they instantly go. Well, I say instantly. They talk about it for a little bit, but they go for the Lifestealer, a hero that can happily play into Underlord. And when the game gets a little bit more, stagnant, minute 6, 7, Lifestealer will happily stay by himself if this is a tiny position 4, zero pressure is applied to this lifestealer now.
Yeah.
You kind of feel forced to move that away and pick up a ranged position 4.
But the trouble is, tiny as a core doesn't really touch him either. You don't. I actually think you'd prefer it as a 4.
Just to stack it.
Abuse lane mechanics. So you're going to buy boots first anyway.
That's true.
Just accept you've lost bottom, but because it's a warlock, like you can't really lose this lane so hard you feed.
Yeah, that's actually,
so just let it die. Like
it's actually such a bad tiny core game.
Yeah.
Don't do tiny core. I was just thinking about, okay, so who's actually jumping if it's not... Oh, yeah, he's not really enjoying jumping anyone right now.
No. And this allows you to last pick your win condition.
Exactly, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Love the ban of the Razor, though, from Alliance.
Yep.
Just to remove the biggest counter to Lifestealer.
Yeah.
Morphling's banned by Secret.
Because Secret's damage output isn't really the issue. The Razor would have been perfect because it controls the damage output of Alliance primary DPS. And then you look at Secret's draft, you think, wow, that's a lot of sustain. If they remove Lifestealer from the equation, they're winning every team fight.
If they put tiny mid, can they not just go for the Puppy Oracle and get rid of the Fatal Bonds every time?
No, it's not good enough.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. There's a reason that I'm the host and you guys are the outlet.
Question.
It was a great question, but
we got Queen of Pain banned out as well.
okay.
Because that would mean that Puppy's the one playing the IO. I guess he would.
I expect that.
I guess he would. You're right.
The thing is, you want...
remaining.
Well, you're going to see if the Lina is mid or not. It's not a bad Lina mid game, to be fair, but I just think it's better as a 4 right now.
I love it forward defense.
It's this idea of net worth management. So what does a Lina give you if it's got 12k net worth versus 7 or 6?
You're still going to die if you get stuck.
Yeah, exactly. There's not like a huge timing you get. It's really just the spellcasting, like Aether Lens, the Yules, the Ags. We saw the Refresher come out. Like, yeah, you run this on a support because you die all game no matter what, as T just said. So Alliance, I think we go limp here. I think Death Prophet looks real solid.
Banned out.
Good ban from Secret.
DK banned too. Tiny already picked by Secret.
What does he
Lesh
play?
is
What's
still
that?
in the pool,
Mars.
but Mars it is.
Okay, yeah. He's not played a lot of heroes so far in DPC. It is DK Mars, Tiny Storm, and one little cheeky Sanking game in there.
Yeah. Stuns
for days. And you now have this first phase Ayajaro, which it needs to lean on the fact that it can abuse the jungle and have top net worth. Because going into like mid to late game, you're running into Golem, you're running into Arena, just running away with Stampede. So it is a hard Ayajaro game. It is first phase, so it should be countered. Secret, this last pick has to...
What is it? I think... I mean, it seems awkward, but I'm thinking TA...
They go for the mid-sanking themselves.
I don't know if the mid-sank...
No, they need someone who can really pressure...
damage.
Yeah, they need someone to pressure the mid lane. They can't allow themselves to lose all lanes.
Troll just feels bad. Like, the trouble is...
Oscar. Necro. Okay.
Necro.
Oh, sure. Okay.
Now,
Go on.
this is... I've heard a lot about Mid-Mars. Going back all the way to the Book of Elminer. Cinderin. He has last pick. Dendy Mars. He said, and I quote, Necrophos is the only hero that will beat Mars in lane. He proceeded to die 3 times by 6 minutes. However, Necrophos is the Mars counter pick.
Beautiful.
You can't die. You shove the lane, and level 6, you can start to apply a lot of heavy pressure. I love this pick, actually. They needed something that could survive against this massive physical damage. It's great against strength heroes. Alliance have 3 of them.
Yeah, Secret right now, they are playing around the fact that they have Necro, they have Underlord. Both of these will be the big damage soaks.
Yeah.
If Alliance ever waste the Arena, the Golem, that's when Ayajaro comes in quickly and will join the kind of like the post-fight fight.
Yeah.
If that never happens, and Alliance is able to always start the fight on their accord, jumping the Ayajaro, I think it'd be easily Alliance walking this type of game. But it's on Secret to play around the tanky heroes and utilize that quick jungle farm that they'll get and outpace the Lifestealer. So pretty close game. It'll be a lot of fighting.
Yeah, I think Alliance just have to be careful not to invest too much into their mid game.
Okay.
They need to be able to scale.
Yeah,
Nico
for sure,
Baby and Limp. Because Secret's draft is just going to they're going to be so survivable. If they invest in like fight item, like Blink Yule's BKB or something like
It's
this.
going to be rough, yeah.
You lose one fight as Limp, and suddenly your game's ruined.
Yeah.
You want to be able to scale. I think he's the one who buys the Deso. Nico goes for like that armlet right click build, and they hit a huge minus armor timing and just go kill the Wisp.
All right. Sounds like a lot of fighting. And I know that our commentary team will be very happy with that. Let's head over to Cap.
And it does give them these good, like, you know, rallying around the Underlord and the Necrophos, these multiple forms of sustain with IO, could be enough for them to go through these tank the Alliance has gone for.
Yeah, Lifestealer typically likes those kind of drawn-out fights, right, where he uses his self-sustain to just keep on trucking through, and I feel like Secret can combat that with their own sustain between IO, Necrophos, and, as you're saying, the Underlord. I mean, just big team fight kind of death ball that they have.
Yeah, definitely. So we'll see how these lanes end up going down, because this bottom lane, I feel like it could go pretty bad for Secret pretty quickly.
Yeah.
The Centaur and Lina is extremely powerful. They get to the missile, so they're going to be able to push Hanskin away, but even with missile, as soon as Lina hits 2, you can kill this missile. You're always going to be putting pressure with this high base damage on both heroes. I think Matu's going to suffer quite a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. No, this is definitely the lane where Alliance can shoot off to a crazy good start. As it did seem like they were kind of focusing on the lanes. And for good reason, too. I mean, S4 has had some really good performances so far in the second season of the DPC, and you like to see him get off to a good start.
Yeah, absolutely. I like how they just open up with it, too, right? Like, Centaur Lina, first 2 picks. As soon as they see Io Gyro, they're like, all right, you guys want to go for greed. We're going to go for just battling you.
Yeah.
As we see Yapzor, he gets the half pull. So he does get this really successful pull up top, be able to just aggro 2 of the creeps. He's even going to try pulling away from the tower. Unfortunately, it does walk back in. He will eventually push out further, but this is what the plan was. They're playing versus Warlock. He can't stop pulls.
Yeah, as much as Warlock is able to win lanes through his presence, no disable to be able to stop these heroes from just walking behind the tower constantly. So.
Yapzor's getting another range creep deny. He actually got like half pull again, so 2 creeps will be taken out there. And that's going to deny quite a bit from Nico Baby and set up Zai for a good positioning in the lane, as it's going to push out.
So we haven't actually seen it on camera. So for those watching, what do you mean by the half pull?
Sorry about that. As the Tiny, he pulls between, and you wait until 2 melee creeps, or 1 or 2 of them move past the range, and you drag the range creep aggro from the dire creeps onto your range creep, and then you click on an enemy hero across the map, and you pull the melee creeps onto the range creep. So he successfully did deny 2 range creeps from Nico Baby, and it will get Zai into a good position in the lane to be able to get some good farm that maybe he would struggle normally versus the Stealer.
Yeah, whenever I see that play, I feel like that's like that is like effectively the highest mechanical play you can pull off when it comes to these 4-position lane shenanigans. You know, everyone can like go behind a tower and pull a creep wave and stuff, but being able to pull it between the tier 1 and tier 2 and get those half pulls in where you're denying the range creep over and over again, like that is something you actually have to practice, and it is a very effective technique, as we're seeing Zai actually does have a decent game here. Bottom seems to be going not great for the Gyrocopter, and kind of as expected, S4 is owning in the CS.
Yeah, they even tried using like flag pushing out the way, but there's not a whole lot you can do with these 2 heroes versus like the Centaur Lina. This matchup is S4 does have to be careful not to get too low. There is a good amount of damage if there's no creeps around with the barrage and the amp that the IO does give you. You have to be a little cautious. Yeah, I love this like pull between these 2 towers lately. I've been seeing range creeps just walk into towers and stuff for no reason. So I think it's actually gotten even harder to be able to do it effectively.
Yeah, I have noticed some wonky things happening with creep aggro and movement lately. Yapzor is going to find a little bit harder. Nice 2-man stomp. They're going to go for Puppey first. He pops a fairy fire. They need 1 or 2 more hits, but it's not quite enough. Hanskin, meanwhile, he may actually be the one to go down. He gets off an Ella's way, hides into the trees. Nicely done by him. And Mataba Man, he'll cop a lot of damage in return. So no first blood just yet, despite everybody getting low in these side lanes. That kill is still available.
I think you take this trade pretty hard, though. As Secret, you're happy with this because you have an IO. So you salve up the IO, you clarity him too. You're going to win the efficiency war of regen down there. And now they've actually pushed the Lina away. They don't get the kill, but now it's going to give Gyro some nice breathing room to actually get some last hits, as we said, struggling.
Yeah, and maybe they can even pressure the Centaur a bit, as you could see Puppey doing a good job with that aggro you were talking about, trying to pull the creeps away from the neutrals. doesn't quite grab the range creep, though. S4 will likely deny.
Mid is definitely going very one-sided.
Yeah.
Been, up.
Yeah, they're battling right now. They do have the Fatal Bonds onto Zai, and it doesn't matter, though. Zai's still able to get the kill on FNG. Nico Baby's not able to keep up, especially with Yapzor constantly in his face. A lot of creeps coming in as well. Zai, since he was low, is actually going to pull the creeps over, and it'll make it a little bit harder for them to get those last hits sitting underneath the tower. That is a gigantic creep wave up there.
Wow, I love that. I love that they're able to get the kill, and I'm surprised they're able to get the kill too. And it's because of these little mechanic changes in the lane, right? Like otherwise, Underlord, he's never gonna get these type of setups on a Warlock. But Secret making some nice moves. Nisha, we're seeing that mid matchup. It's quite dominant.
Yeah, seriously. You were there in that the show match, right? With oh, you weren't.
No.
Oh, okay. So that was me. What? Kyle, Cinderin. All I remember is I have nightmares about Dendy Mars, mid Mars. Still,
yep.
That was
also the broken. Let's be honest though, that was the broken Mars. That was Mars.
That's true.
He was, like recently added. He had all these crazy like damages on everything. Pretty much cooldowns were all super low. Your stacking was even better. Like this is actually a nice approach to Nisha. He actually skips ult, so he puts the second point in his Heartstopper just to bully Limp even more because he's not expecting Limp to make a misplay and just die to him. So he's just playing for the lane effectively, which is a cool approach.
And whenever a Heartstopper gets buffed up, right, it makes lane matchups, you can be even more dominant, right, because you're getting more regen than you were before. So if that snowball starts rolling, you can, and just certainly, just dumpster a matchup, potentially. Matamba Man thought S4 was going to be contesting a little bit more. S4's just keeping the creeps from pulling over to the hard camp. It's funny how both of these, both Radiant and Dire, are battling over this same hard camp pull over and over again.
So he just wants to get a wrap around here. They can definitely kill S4 or Hanskin if they get a good positioning there for the tossback. As level 2 overcharge, level 2 rocket barrage with the spell lamp. It's enough, even versus this Vanguard. He's going to be fairly squishy versus all the magic.
You'd see Hanskin, he's playing like directly next to the ramp, it feels like. So Yapzor always feels like he's going to get spotted first. They're going to go for it now. That S4 is quite low. They're going to toss over. He does get hit by the LSA, but he's still going to be in range of the Avalanche. And that should... No! Vanguard is just enough. And Matamba Man, who was so low, he couldn't keep going to finish him off. So they actually survived. The rotation from Yapzor misses.
That just even the slight mini stun from Missile probably saving that he can just back up a little bit further. That's very nice for Alliance. Very nice for S4.
Yeah, I mean, like, if Hanskin didn't get off the LSA toss, like, there's so many little things that had to go right. It's we're definitely watching the two best teams right now match up against each other, with both of the side lanes showing that these little mechanical things can make a big difference.
Yeah, I think Nisha's going to be a pretty big X factor, honestly. Like, they already tried to kill him the once with the Mars ult. He just survives through it with all his stick charges. He's going to have Hood ready. So a lot of that damage that Alliance does have is that magical. He's going to be really survivable. And as we said, they have a lot of tanky bruisers on Alliance, but this Necrophos last pick is going to make them look quite a lot weaker.
Yeah, and then maybe that's a bit why Yapzor is pressuring this bottom lane, right? Because those two heroes right there, Centaur and especially the Lina, those are the biggest threats to the Necrophos, right?
Absolutely agreed. And I feel like top, like, he's already happy because they got a kill on Warlock. You got Zai first blood, which probably shouldn't have happened. Like, Zai's actually tied net worth with a Centaur versus who's a Centaur versus Gyro. So that's usually not the case that you'd be seeing happen from Secret. This Underlord usually would be quite far behind. And Yapzor, recognizing that he can make moves down here because he can't really hit the other two lanes. And he's
body blocking, doing a good job of it. The missile's going to connect. No toss for another 5 seconds. They're just going to have to do it with the attacks, and they do get him. Yapzor securing the last hit, and S4, not enough damage to get a rebuttal, especially since he's got the 1-1-3 build, not the double-edge maxed out build that we've seen occasionally, though that's mostly been against heroes you can actually pressure more.
And Yapzor's trying to go in again. He might just give his life.
Okay. Did he just run up the hill there and S4 was sitting there already?
He still has the ward on the side that Hans plays. So he's just watching Yapzor playing, and Yapzor just... He tried to make a fun play. He had vision of him too, though, with the ward, but he lost vision for a hot second because he goes on to right next to the ramp.
Yeah.
And we're seeing Limp, he's trying to be active. He's trying to move around because he can't sit mid. You can't just sit versus this Necrophos because you're going to get next to nothing. He's denying all the creeps you do trying to get with your rebuke. He's trying to make moves around towards top. Can't quite find it. We're seeing his net worth really get impacted. He's 1,300 behind Nisha at the moment.
Yeah, got the Warlock sitting in the mid lane while the Mars is kind of moving around, which makes sense because unfortunately Warlock is not really a king hero, nor is he having time anymore against the Underlord. I mean, Zai's up late, so not much a 5-position Warlock is going to do against that. So
no, and dude, Zai is huge on it. He
Yeah.
has 3,700 net worth at this point in the game. That's okay. He cancels his rift. Thought he was in trouble.
where was he going anyway?
He was going to base.
Oh, okay.
Maybe he thought he was getting gone on, or maybe he missed. Like, I don't know. That was a little weird. But yeah, this is normally not the situation you'd see. Like Underlord versus Lifestealer, you'd usually see the Underlord having some problems, but he's ahead of the Centaur, who is versus Gyro, the lane that Alliance wanted to go a bit better. Secrets actually had the better start to this game in the first 10 minutes, which I actually thought Alliance was going to have a better laning phase, at least in the side lanes. Not the mid lane, but these two side lanes I thought would go quite a bit stronger.
And we're going to have a short pause here as hopefully the lag smooths itself over. But I mean, for context for this series, for those who maybe just haven't been watching the DPC as a whole, Alliance are currently 3-0, and they've matched up against some of the top teams. All they have left right now is Secret, and then the teams that are expected to be bottom 3, Tundra, Hellbear Smashers, and Brave. So this effectively means is that if Alliance can bring down Secret here, then it's pretty much an easy ride for them to first place. No problem. A 4-0 with basically the rest of the teams left in the field, teams that you should be beating. Alliance should be basically 7-0 by the end of the season and being first place and already being in playoffs. But they need to be able to make some moves here. They're going to go for this bottom lane kill. Oh, the Golem drop actually stopped Puppy from being able to relocate out, but the Reaper's Size stops the Mars. Heaping was down, but Tuman actually survives through it all. FNG's going to be run down by Nisha, no doubt, especially with the missile chasing him out as well. Alliance try and make a move here because they weren't happy with how the lanes were going, but a big rebuttal by Nisha.
Oh man, that's 2 times now. Limp, unsuccessful ults, not able to get any kill. Yapso doesn't even TP, actually stays mid. He TP there to farm. Zai doesn't even help. He actually cancel his TP. They knew that they could just stand there and sustain through it. That's rough. I mean, that's your first Golem usage. That's your first Stampede, and the Golem actually just gets farmed by Matumba. So he actually just gets an extra 100 gold for himself infused. You know, problematic start.
I know it's pretty low on, all right, they're like, no, S4, you don't get to try and go for a deny, not by yourself like that. But I know it's low on disables, but this Necrophos plus IO plus 1 seems like such a cool combination, just because Necrophos shows up to a fight, he gives a bit of heals, and that's nice, but then it goes on to the IO, so whoever's connected to the IO gets even more. Maybe the IO connects to the Necrophos and amplifies his healing when he's going in his ethereal form. There's a lot of cool synergy here.
Yeah, it ended up like their draft did end up rounding out very nicely when they get like the Underlord and then that Necro last pick with IO. You know, Necro or Underlord might go for these these tanky items, probably not the Greaves, let's say this game, but pipe and all that, it's all going to be extra effective because of that IO with the Gyron. They're already 3k gold advantage, and Lifestealer, he's going to keep this farm steady here, but Gyro is going to start getting very accelerated.
So at this point, yeah, especially with once he completes the Axe, right?
Yeah.
So in which case, with like 3,000 net worth lead for Secret, it's no doubt that they're winning right now. So what is the next, like, we just saw one big move from Alliance that kind of failed. What would you say that the next big play from them can be that they can kind of change their current fate?
God, I honestly think they have to try it again. They have to try round 2, but they have to get...
Oh no, the Reaper's Sight catches him! Oh. He did not see that one coming. He had the rage ready to go, but I believe he even had Armlet untoggled there, but gets caught by Nisha rotating up and hits the Reaper's Sight from the low ground.
Oh no, that is devastating. Look how long he's dead for, 45 seconds. Yeah. The one hero that's having a good time right now in Alliance now gets shut down. He's going to lose his tower, and now it doesn't feel like he has a move on the map either. He's just farming Blink Dagger. But this, if he's gonna buy this Blink Dagger, and if his move isn't it doesn't hit hard in the next moment, his game is gonna be effectively gone into this lineup of Secret.
So all eyes on Limp. As soon as he picks up that Blink Dagger, whatever move Alliance makes, it's probably going to be a smoke play. It has to be successful, and it has to be successful in a big way, is what you're saying.
Yeah, they have to get pretty much the biggest kills possible. They have to kill Nisha, probably, and I don't know if they have enough damage to take down this Necrophos at all now, unless they focus absolutely everything onto him. He actually has Halberd done on top of this hood. Absolutely massive this game so far.
Man, even the Sange, just for someone like Necrophos, it's kind of crazy. Status resistance plus self-healing, amplification. It's a lot of dirty synergies here.
Exchange is definitely, I think, the best item at the moment in the patch. It just feels Exchange and Solar Crest are just absolutely, they just feel so strong. And Hood, I'm actually just seeing Hood every single game too.
Zai's going to come up, and he's not afraid of anything, apparently. But there is a rebuttal from Limp. He's going to get the spear inside the arena underneath the Tier 1 tower, but the relocate coming in, and Alliance aren't actually strong enough to fight this. Maybe they can still hold their tower here. The Glyph is going to wear out. They're going to drop the golem. They do have a really good Fatal's Bomb. The spear goes through with the relocate back. They're going to be able to catch these heroes potentially. The Stampede going off. Looking to be able to run down the Underlord. Zai's now dead. Nisha's low, but they are running a bit out of steam unless Limp. He does manage to land that spear. Nico Baby's here to be able to finish him up, but he managed to get up the Ghost Shroud. He's going to heal up a little bit more. Io's coming in. He's going to tether him. He turns around, goes for the Reaper's Sight, but no. Nico Baby makes sure that's not going to happen. Limp keeps it going. Now with that Arcane Rune, he just keeps getting hits in. Limp. That was a great fight for Alliance because they needed that. It felt like if they didn't win that fight, this game was just going to go downhill.
Agreed. That was such good awareness there to see that the relocate's going back to him and they get the stun, so it forced, he can't untether. He actually gets forced to relocate away, and they have them all fatal bound together. It looked a little dicey with the way it started off, but the way that they actually forced that relocate to go off from the stun, beautiful. Because they went on Zai, so it's this Arcane Rune, it was everything. Limp gets to get off so many extra blinks, so many extra spears and rebukes, that it actually allows him to take the fight.
I hope we get to see this. 4, 3, 2, 1. Drops the golem. He's stunned, and maybe there was a small second, but it's at that point in time, maybe he even wants to get him out of there just because that looks like such a dicey situation. That was a great read by FNG and the whole of Alliance in making that move. And Limp says, let's keep it going, especially Nico Baby. Making the rotation in was very important for that fight. And now Secret, they had themselves, that was a 4,000 net worth lead?
4K, yeah.
Now 1K.
Alliance has been doing this a lot in this DPC. Just execution in team fights has been top notch. FNG just recognizing when the team can rally and take this fight. Limp knowing his power too. With that Blink Dagger, that Arcane Rune, they've caught themselves back up in the game.
I thought he was rushing Ags, but he has a Crystallis.
Middle tower has been denied.
Okay, he did this last time he played the Gyro too. I actually didn't get to ask him why. I think it's just because they're fighting so much and he just wants any cheap damage.
Yeah.
So when he shows up to the fight, it's the cheapest, best damage that you can get on a Gyro.
Yeah, I mean, that's been a long time thing, right? I remember that early days of Dota 2, even Dota 1, it's if you needed a really cheap damage item that was super gold efficient, Crystallis was always the play.
And it's going to be good versus Lifestealer because, I was thinking, Maelstrom is always a good one because it's a very cheap, effective damage thing, but you're versus Lifestealer. You're versus heroes that are going to be building this hood. So he just wants this straight physical damage. And he's got Ags anyway, right? But still very early, and he's going to continue farming at this fast speed. So Alliance, every time they have these ultis available, they kind of have to start looking. They have to look for these fights. They have to look for these big pickoffs.
Yeah. Yeah, that is cool, because normally the play would be Yasha, right? That's the go-to, somewhat cheap item that helps you just do more damage. But a gyrocopter, the pure damage helps a lot because the flat cannon is hitting everybody. You don't care about hitting them faster with flat cannon shots. There's only a limited number of those.
Yeah, I guess I think I've seen him do this 2, 3 times, maybe even 4 times. I've seen him do it a lot recently. Gyrocopter just getting that crit, so. And he's going to find an Imp Claw too if he wants it. I think he might hang on to Vambrace. He's going to pass the Vambrace maybe to Nisha. We'll see.
And of course, probably should just mention, the crit doesn't work for flat cannon shots, those extra shots that come in case anybody was wondering about that. But a Desolator now complete for the Lifestealer. That's a big fresh pickup.
YapzOr has his Blink Dagger too, so Secret actually have a form of initiation rather than just walking into fights.
Yeah.
So they can actually jump. Alliance still wants, they want to get the jump. If Secret starts the fight, things could be problematic. If Alliance starts the fight, it should be pretty Alliance favored. They still do have that heavy team fight. They just have to make sure to kill the heroes before they get healed. The sustain is going to start kicking in pretty hard from Secret.
You could see both of these teams, their philosophy is very similar, which is don't try and be efficient. Be ready to fight. Like, be ready to take this next 5-on-5, because this next 5-on-5 will determine the pace of the rest of the game, whoever wins it. So it's not worth trying to farm that extra camp or something. We play together. Alliance's case, they play into the enemy triangle, trying to see if Alliance will run, or Secret will run into them, or they'll get a free pick. Secret now doing something similar here.
Yeah, they're actually just playing as 5. It's a really good point. They're literally just sticking together here as Secret, and even as Alliance. Hanskin does TP back to start to get some push going, but a very grouped up mentality from both sides.
So if the next team fight is like all important, who do we want to see that initiation on? So start with YapzOr. Like, who's his go-to?
If he can ever start on the supports, it's always just going to be getting onto them. It's also if he can just get like a bad positioning, like if he can toss Limp in and they just burst Limp right at the start of the fight, that might actually be the best.
Yeah.
They can just necro, they can just Reaper Sight them after an Ava toss combo, and just a little bit of extra damage from Firestone will kill him. So I think either Warlock or Mars if YapzOr can find it, and on Alliance side, I think, it's actually tough because they're so tanky.
Yeah. IO is probably one of them, right? It always feels good to start on an IO if possible, but
that would mean Puppy's completely out of position though. That's like that one's like should never happen. We'll see Nico Baby charging in. Still have this ward on the high ground, so they have great information.
Zai's got to break that smoke, and they're just going to take this. They're going to try and go for Zai here, and he's going to be very tanky, but maybe not tanky enough unless they'll relocate. It gets him out of there. Puppy. Great reaction by him, and he kept him close, too, so they can still take this fight, potentially. S4 on the Avalanche, but they didn't have any following stuns there. That is a bit of the problem. But if Zai's not there, they pretty much only have Avalanche. They're going to catch him inside of the pit. S4 will still cop a little bit of damage here. He's actually going to use he'll coming back into the pit. They're going to do a lot of damage to Reaper Sight. That's going to be enough to finish him.
Oh, and that's 70 seconds. No big bruiser, no big frontline, no big AoE stun. They still have the Warlock and Luna for the backup, but now they can just go start touching this Roche.
They didn't stop the missile, but they're going to be into a clutch point. Nico Baby's right there in the front, starts dishing out the damage. Rizai gets a lot of heal, and FNG, he managed to get off the golem, but now he's dead. Nico Baby no longer having the rage. He's going to be caught inside the pit. Oh dear, Alliance. They thought they could maybe take this in a 4 versus 5, but the death ball of Secret, they're grouped up, they're healing each other. The burst from Alliance just doesn't seem to be doing enough to get a kill.
Zai just picked up that Yules too, so the pit into Yules into pit ends up connecting. I think S4 thought he was safer because he held on to Stampede and he can disengage, but nope, he does get stopped. YapzOr finds the backline. The golem goes off, but there's no fatal bonds. They need every little thing coming in. That play from Alliance doesn't end up working. Now Secret Montu's got a Regis and a near BKB.
Yeah, and now it's really feeling like, how do we kill anybody? Because they don't have, like, we've been having this talk, all of us basically, about the fact that, you know, big tanky boys are kind of the meta, and naturally the counterplay to that is percentage-based damage. That's something that Necrophos has, that Alliance don't truly have that. They have Fatal Bonds, it's kind of like that, but it's not the same, right? It's not the same for being able to burst down one hero.
No, it's so scary of who you're gonna jump, right? Like as we said, Puppy, he was in position, so he just gets to save, and every little thing does come into play. Your hoods, your Vambrace for extra magic resist, etc. As you see Nico Baby attempt for a toggle, but you're playing versus them. Toggles, Heartstopper hits you instantly, you're just dead.
Yeah.
Secret finding massive footing in this game, 9k advantage, and starting to feel pretty grim now. Nico Baby had good timing on Deso and his armlet, but his gyrocopter is just starting to fully eclipse him.
Do you see a way for Alliance to be able to go late game?
No, not really, because Limp had to go for this blink and just going for BKB. He's not going to scale.
Yeah.
He's really not going to scale at all. S4 has, he's got his blink, his hood, and his Vanguard, but he's not scaling either. It really feels like it's going to be Nico Baby versus the world, and they don't have anyone that's going to effectively use Fatal Bonds. Like, if Nico Baby's a hero that can dish out mass AoE damage and make that Fatal Bonds look great, maybe. He's a life.
Yeah. That is something that Alliance, it's hard because you don't want to be fighting into a fresh BKB and Aegis Gyrocopter. but at the same time, you don't feel confident about letting the game go late. But Secret is going to push to the high ground here because they know Alliance is just trying to split push right now. So they're saying, okay, you want to split push? We're going to hit your tier 3. You have to come back to the base. And then if they don't get caught in the process, it's okay. A toss back, Limp. He did get a good read up on the Ult Scepter. Nisha, stops the immediate spear, still managed to catch Puppey though, and they take out Puppey, a big win. Matama Man is kind of in deep right now. The Reaper Scythe, oh, it barely got him towards the end. Mars does end up going down, but a 1-for-2 trade so far to the favor of Alliance. Now they're going to go for an Underlord Dark Rift out. They're hoping to be able to kill Matama Man or catch anybody, but they just don't have any repositioning tools. Ultimately, they got 2 supports, but the cores of Secret stay safe.
Secret just forcing them. They force them all the way back. They force the ultis. This is what Secret really wants. Even though they lose the 2 supports, Chorus just move them their way out and they shut down Limp again. His item progression is just completely stopped. 0, 3, and 5 on the Mars this time around.
Yeah, he's not having a great time.
No, it snowballed so much too, and like Gyro's now alive this whole time while the poor Mars is dead too. The Gyro just continues to accelerate this much faster. Going straight dataless, just all about just sheer damage being pumped out. And it really is just so much heal. They have to focus Puppey because he's a little out of position, but even killing Puppey is starting to get hard. He's got mech, he's got Medallion, Dragon Scale, very tanky.
And Secret, like one notable thing is they Dark Rifted back, but they didn't go all the way back to base or anything, and they also hold the outpost. So it hasn't been much more than a minute, and Secret is right back to controlling the map. Alliance really didn't get a whole lot of farm out of that. As you can see, the net worth difference is still 9K.
Yeah, now it's going to force Nico Baby back to base, so he's not going to be able to get that farm that he'd like to get just out on the map. He's going to try stalling it as much as possible, or his team will, until he starts getting his item timing. They will be able to slow it decently.
All right. Matama Man getting quite low, no longer having flat cannon shots, but still having that Aegis for a bit longer. So Alliance, you've got to go. I mean, it's still a full minute. They're going to have to go for this anyway, trying to go for the spear on the Puppey. They're focusing down. They do manage to get him with the goal and being dropped afterwards. Matama Man, his first life is gone, but he does have BKB on the second. A buyback coming in from Puppey. As he relocates in, Reaper side to put in damage on Nico Baby, but he managed to get the infest. They're getting him out of there. They're going to save him. Limp. He's going to be the other target. The missile's coming in, but they're going to deal with that. Alliance, they can reset off of this one. In fact, they're going to go back in, and Zai knows it too. He needs to be able to Dark Rift him out of here. Matama Man being targeted, the spear away! And Limp gets him! He gets him out of the Dark Rift, and Matama Man will die as a result. And look at the tips coming in. They know Limp just pulled a clutch play for Alliance.
Oh my, so close. Nico Baby walks back into pit, nearly dies to the Reaper, but gets the infest out to reset. Oh, that was such a sick fight from Alliance. They still have some hope in this game. That was everything coming in. Your Nico Baby finished his S and Y in the mid lane. Then that actually caused him to survive, just having that little bit of extra stats. That was huge.
Yeah, that was massive. And I have to say, like a general philosophy, I think it's very impressive when players have a bad game and still manage to still pull off the good plays. So Limp, even though he's being targeted and his game is not fun, getting off that spear was so important for Alliances. Now, they're still down. It's still a hard game, as you were talking about. They don't necessarily scale the best, but they've got a chance.
Yeah, they've got some breathing room. Nico Baby can now go finish another item, perhaps. He's going to be able to... He just finished up SNY before that fight, and he's already up to 2,000. So he's been enabled nicely. He's only 1,800 behind the Gyro now, too. So some pretty good stuff for Nico Baby.
Look at this. Saving Private Nico.
So close.
They get him out, and then they go back in, and then the spear catches Matu. Oh, barely outside of the range.
No smile from Nisha this time.
No, not this time.
And now Limp, he's got BKB, so he's got easier ways to find these catches. Zai actually, in the initial start of the go, he actually did tank the spear for Puppey, but Puppey's still getting first. Puppey has to be a little more cautious with his positioning. He was right in the midst of everything with that Marzel. Limp, he did find the 4-man Marzel, so he did find a really clutch jump.
It kind of feels like he almost, he doesn't need to be tethered at the start of a fight, it seems like.
I don't think so either. I think he should be playing quite a bit further back. They're tanky enough at this point that they're going to live the initial go. Like, Matu's got BKB too, so Puppey doesn't need to rush these type of relocate saves for the most part.
Yeah.
So yeah, I agree. I think he should be sitting a little bit further back.
Radiant's bottom tower
They find themselves a window. Now they're going to get their ult. They get themselves outside the base, get themselves a tier 2, and they get time for their chaotic offering to come up. They shook Secret.
He certainly did.
Radiant's bottom tower
I'm
is
seeing
under attack.
Nisha. He actually has the shard queued up, which I think is really good, no doubt. It's good for the Necrophos. I always find it curious, though, when you decide to buy a shard versus trying to bank on Roshan, you know?
Yeah, that's true. But I've actually never seen anyone use it defensively. I've never seen anyone Death Seeker their teammate. So I think there'd be some stuff that he could cause, Nico Baby some troubles inside the fight.
Yeah. I mean, certainly with...
Secondary form of Ethereal, it'd be pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Radiant are scanning.
It helped the IO out quite a bit. You could heal him and make him ethereal so that Nico Baby can't... Because, Limp does a lot of damage, but I feel like it's not enough to kill the IO by himself. He almost always needs that, +1.
Yeah, no, definitely. He's gotten fortunate to get an orbital
relocate,
which I think actually really helps the team. Reload. They're looking for Hanskin, but he's sneaky.
Yeah. Alliance do a good job getting in, getting back out. Part of it is that lane ward where they kind of knew where the safe area was going to be.
This is a big move, though, in these last 5 minutes, though, from Alliance. Look at the experience. It's pretty much evened out. It was near 10,000 experience lead for Secret, too. And now just them getting out, they get the outpost even for a minute or two, so they get some type of experience going their way. Now they're even going to take away the one top, so they're going to at least have possession of one every single time it does tick for these next few moments. So, yeah, really nice stuff from Alliance.
All right, so what are the big item pickups? I'm looking at Vlad's for the Mars. That's not necessarily major. AC is pretty big for the Lifestealer.
Yes, that's going to be really huge. And he's got his level 20 talent. He actually took the Ghoul Frenzy. I just think I've seen a lot more people taking the Evasion most of the time, but I know that's a new talent that people do really like, because it allows you to just stick on targets. They just can't move pretty much because of that.
Yeah, and that is kind of a problem, right, with IO Gyrocopter. They're both so naturally fast. But it does mean he's potentially killing a lot of his survivability in fights.
Nisha opts away from the shard, by the way. He actually queues up a heart.
Okay.
So I think he's feeling that some damage issues might be coming into play on the side of Alliance. So if he's able to just tank the brunt of it, these long duration fights, they're gonna go Secret's way. Yeah. Alliance is gonna have a hard time if those fights are longer than like 30 seconds or so, or 45 seconds.
Sure.
But there's the AC. So Nico Baby still very large, and they're gonna smoke with this timing. They're feeling pretty strong here. Solo Crest also finished up a bit ago on FNG, so they have great ways to amp him up. Look at this, 49 armor on Lifestealer.
Yeah, he's a big tanky boy, and Alliance may be able to... I was thinking, if they just ran straight into the triangle there, they wouldn't know it, but Yapster was kind of alone. They could have taken that high ground and taken a pick off before Secret could get there, but now it's a lot different. Secret are the ones on the high ground. They see...
Zai knows this. They see
okay.
I was just watching the way Yapster was playing. Man, sometimes I really wish you could go player perspective when you're casting and stuff, but they were just checking that creep. Is that score?
They're going to try it for it. BKB going off the spear. Doesn't land. Limp. He's going to try and get out with the Stampede. He's already taken so much damage, but look. Nico Baby. He's got to be careful. Somebody's got to be able to save him. It's going to be FNG. He's going to put his body on the line here to try and get Nico Baby out of here and healed up. Are they going to be able to turn around on this? The missile going out. Reaper's Size still available. He's going to toss him back into the pit, but S4, he's going to go in. This may actually be an initiation. Now the Gyrocopter relocate away. Puppy's not going to be able to make it out, and he wasn't going anywhere anyway. He actually lands in the exact same spot, and Puppy goes down as well. Nico Baby's able to focus him. Limp is going to fall, but it doesn't really matter. Nico Baby's all the damage right now, and he is pumping it out. He's trying to bring down Zai. The ethereal form came out for a second there, but it doesn't do enough. Now Nico Baby can start munching on Nisha. Nisha tries to save himself with the Reaper's Sight, but it doesn't do enough. Nico Baby, he's healthy, and he's having a great lunch here in Game 1 against Secret.
Holy moly, what a fight. Hanskin playing just right on the outskirts, getting an unbelievable amount of spells off. 4 stuns, 6 Dragon Glaives, Yules. He's just kiting Nisha the entirety of the fight, and they do get the focus fire. They get on Matu. They blow him up. They use absolutely everything to kill this Gyrocopter. The relocate, a little bit weird. Puts it in place, but it was going to kill the Gyrocopter anyway.
Well, Alliance, it was a small sacrifice, but we'll talk about that later. We see this initiation.
Radiant's middle tower.
The toss in, S4 reads it, and the toss works against them here. They toss him onto Matamba Man, and S4 is like, great. Let's focus down Gyro.
And look at Hanskin. Like, he gets this double stun on Yapzor and Nisha at the same time, so they're effectively cut out of the fight. They can't even see Arena at all. And everyone on the side of Alliance is hitting targets perfectly. Like, Nico Baby's just going from target to target. He's at absolute freedom to just bring them down with all this minus armor and damage. That was very impressive as Nico Baby takes the top net worth in the game now.
And now he's got open wounds as well.
He does.
Because they took down Roshan, they picked up Aegis and Cheese, and Nico Baby actually took all the items for himself, and that makes total sense. I mean, he is the bedrock right now. They just need to give him as much amping up as possible.
Absolutely. This open wounds could be huge. Like, just the heal percentage that you can get versus Necrophos could be massive. Secret, they're setting up a gank for him.
Tossing over. That's kind of a cool play, but this is an Aegis Alliance. They can certainly bail him out if needed. He's going to go ahead and infest inside. He's good for now.
Massive fights. Nico Baby, like we said, he finished up AC like just before that fight. He's almost got a full Scotty soon. So reducing the effectiveness of the heals and playing versus ranged carries, it's going to be super effective when he gets that online. Matu does have a Satanic finish now, so it's going to be a lot harder for them to do that one shot. They find Zai.
Yeah, Zai. He is not going to be relocated out in time. Puppy is now in some big-time troubles. He doesn't have a tether to be able to get away, so Nico Baby, he can try and munch on him. Ghost Scepter, tether up in 1 more second, but the Stomp comes in first. Tether away. Oh, relocate back, actually, and they don't have anybody around Yap, so you can see him cutting creep waves here, but the siege wagons are up, so Alliance could definitely still pressure base if they want.
And honestly, pointing out too is S4. He has a halberd after all these fights too. So that Satanic from the gyrocopter, it won't be as effective. Like, he just waits for the proper moment, right? Like, if you just get this halberd on him when he's starting to get low, Satanic is a basic dispel, but nothing dispels halberd. So he'll just be screwed. He won't get any lifesteal back if he does get halberd at the right moment from S4.
Do you feel like
advantage?
Middle tower has fallen.
The damage of Crystal is, so the other choice would have been Yasha, right? And if you build Yasha, you naturally build into SNY, giving you status resistance. And it does feel like Matamaman, he could use just a little bit more tank and a lot more status resistance.
That is a very good point, Cap. Maybe regretting it, the choice to just go for that straight damage, as Lions have just completely swung this game around.
Yeah, they certainly have, and they're going to keep the momentum going. They're going to go for Nisha here. Nisha, a tether's already up, so it's not like they have any way to bail him out. Nisha, he put himself out there.
And he bought a relic.
Yeah.
He didn't even go for the Reaver that he was going for the tankiness. He's going for more damage, but now it just means that he dies even easier versus this. And now there's an Aghanims on Hanskin too, so extra damage, and it's pure damage versus
Secret. They might just be crumbling a little bit here. They're going to have to hold without Nisha somehow. The relocate back a little bit. FNG's going to drop the goal before he dies. Yapzor on the other side is going to be traded out as he did toss in FNG for that. Nico Baby sticking on to him, and meanwhile the leader's just dealing with the tier 3. Stomp coming in. Uh-oh. He's in trouble. Gyrocopter, they got to get him out of here if possible. They just don't have anything, though. He's got no buyback in Alliance. They could just potentially go straight for throne here.
This is so impressive here by Alliance. Again, Nico Baby just putting the team on his shoulders. 9-2 and 9. This Lifestealer, he's got Scotty. They can't fight. They might just be able to end it.
I think they will. 60 seconds. Yapzor is going to have to do some crazy toss plays. And even that, he's got a minute left with the Aegis. I am flabbergasted that Alliance made such a sick comeback in this game, because it just looked like they didn't have any place to run. They win one fight and they just momentum ran through Secret. Damn.
I mean, this has been Alliance in a nutshell. This DPC this so far. They've just had so much perseverance in games, even when it's looking like they're down and out. Somehow they bring these games back. I've seen this now like 3 or 4 times from them. This is really impressive, honestly. Just the whole team rallying together, and it's a couple mistakes puts them in a bad spot, but then a couple clutch plays brings them right back. The spear to break the Underlord.
Team Secrets turn to ban. Alliances turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. Secrets turn to ban. Alliances turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Team Secrets turn to pick. Alliances turn to pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Alliances turn to pick.
Don't worry, guys. I didn't draft the exact same thing for the second game as I did for game one. We're going to see a fresh draft for this second game very, very soon. We have Team Secret facing Alliance here in a best of 3 with a lot on the line. You're watching DreamLeague Season 15, powered by Intel. I'm here with T-Governor and Kyle, and we are ready to show you the first couple of bans, perhaps a couple of picks in there as well. Very curious to see what we got here because I think it's going to get swapped around, right? Surely this time around, it is first pick indeed going the way of Team Secret and the Centaur getting banned. Thank goodness.
I absolutely love these bans from Secret. I think after Alliance has had free reign on the European scene for now, take away what they are drafting around. It's always a Centaur. It's always the Timbersaw, the big boys. Now S4, he's got to go, to his next, pool of heroes.
Yeah, the thing here is, though, that because Secret is first pick, it is Alliance's job to ban out both the Puck and the Beastmaster. And, of course, previous game, it was Team Secret that had to do that.
I'm not sure. Does Puck have to be banned?
I mean, in the region, Europe, we have a massive fixation on this little fairy thing. So, it's very much a regional ban. If you look at China, they don't really care about it. So, maybe you don't. I personally probably wouldn't put it in the first phase bans.
Yeah, it definitely feels like Centaur Timber the right ban.
They're very much the right
Alliance have just demonstrated we will pick this for S4 game after game. And, I think you want to target the player who has shown the most limitations on his hero pool, to at least force them to try something different.
So that would be for you as for on the side of Alliance with Timbersaw and the Centaur.
Yeah. He's played this whole DPC, was it 10 games? He's played 2 games of Necro, a game of Razor, everything else sent.
Yes, I see that. Yeah, that's crazy, actually.
And thank you, Tika, for having that open on your iPad.
I mean, I would also have it open right here. If you get the type of my hand
I literally prepared a point. Carl walked over, looked at my note, came back up and went, yeah, that's the note. I was like, oh. So I just stood here with nothing to say, Kyle.
It's okay. You can say, oh, look, it's an axe.
I was about to say that too, Shiva. I've got nothing to say, Shiva.
Oh, look, a Lifestealer banned out.
Solid bans. Don't want to be put in another unfavorable laning scenario.
No, I'm just having a little thought, mate. Just having a little think. I'm just like this Axe pick first phase. We haven't really seen it that much. Teams that have played Axe, I remember Smashers played it, I believe, yesterday. It looked pretty good. It was top net worth. It was having a strong dominant showing.
Yeah, we saw Zai play the Axe in their first game that they had against Tundra, and it worked out, but that was also a game where they had the Beastmaster, so you can't really get too many stats from a game like that, right?
No.
But I don't mind it. It's a very strong lane, and especially when you have Centaur banned out, Timber banned out, they are now banning the carries that would pressure an Axe. It is going to be potentially a very good game for it.
5 seconds.
You've got S4's hero pool. As Carl expertly mentioned, what else has S4 played so far? Necrophos, Razor, it's not going to match up that well for sure.
Oh, Necro.
Maybe, but you've already got Snapfire. I don't really like Necro offlane unless you're flexing it to unlock your drafting.
Yeah, makes sense. I like that Secret at least have a point and click killer, because I think that's part of why Alliance has just been so dominant so far this season. Is it feels like they're always the one making moves. If a fight breaks down, it's a close one, but if Alliance eke out the lead, they get 3 exit kills, like we saw when they chased Puppy's Wisp all the way to the tier 2 tower, because they just have too many stunts.
Yeah.
They have so much chase potential, whereas Secret, it's like, well, please stay in the pit. Please
don't run away from us.
Yeah,
stay a while.
What are we going to do? Toss them back in? That only works once.
I guess that's a key thing to think about this axe is you have Grim Tiny, so if this is your support Joe, there isn't going to be a save here, which makes the axe game even better because it just jumps when you kill.
Yeah,
I take feedback from the community at large.
Oh yeah,
go on.
People saying every time Kyle's on broadcast and Limp has Tiny, he always says Limp's the best Tiny. Has he forgotten about Sumail and Thompson and maybe? No, I haven't. He's better than they are at Tiny. Facts. And it should be his hero.
Yeah, surely if you have a Tiny, you have to put it on Limp. I feel like it's a waste if you don't.
I mean, I think we're generalizing this a little bit hard.
Nope.
So the whole idea of countering a draft and drafting construct and respect for your opponent is just...
Right. Yesterday,
he plays hero, go.
Yesterday, I had a drink, sat back, relaxed, put on some old television, specifically highlights of me winning tournaments back in Heroes of Newerth 9 years ago.
Guess
How often do you do that, Kyle?
Night?
Limp.
It was pretty short, yeah, it was.
It wasn't. I got.
Wait, hold on, wait.
Thank you.
Guess what hero Limp was playing?
Tiny?
Called Pebbles, but yeah, it's been a decade.
Sorry.
Which also freaks me out because it's legit been more than 10 years of esport.
Yep.
Very spooky.
Faces Void will be the final ban coming out from Alliance, and they will pick up the Tusk. Ooh.
So it is going to be the core Tiny.
Surprise!
Whoa! Now we have a new recording. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, we have seen Hanskin play Tusk, but not this patch. We've seen him play previous patch.
Yeah,
we have not seen that much Tusk regardless this patch, other than from Yapzor.
That is a product of the bans coming out. Because Secret has put Alliance in the position of you can't pick your comfort so far, they are now having to pick new heroes to pull.
This is a great Phoenix pick, though. It's so strong with an axe, just natural synergy. Both supports have trouble with it, and it's one of the better counters to Tiny as well. If you live through, you're a strength hero, so you're naturally going to scale with survivability to survive the burst.
Okay.
But attack speed slow is super effective on Tiny. He hits really hard.
Draft.
Yeah.
Oh, and then the Morphling.
Beautiful. I love what Secret's got so far. This is very solid.
The key thing here is for Secret, they have really strong lanes with the idea of like the Axe Phoenix. Now it's kind of countered by the Jug. And like Carl mentioned in the game, both supports don't care about this core Tiny. It's very clearly a core Tiny. And they have this win condition with the Morphling. But I have to give props to Alliance. They are very much all-in on this skirmishing pace type of lineup, where in the previous game, they kind of gave Secret a lot of map control. They're now flipping that script and changing the tempo coming into game 2. But Phoenix is literally broken this game.
It is, exactly. And you also have the best coverage for it. Typically, Jug is going to spin, maybe hit the egg. You have an egg hitter. But Axe, unlike the other offlaners we might see in this patch, he can taunt through that. You drag him away. And if egg goes off in a team fight, Alliance are done for. They're 3, 4, 5 have way too much burst potential. Secret with the Morphling as well. It's a 1-to-1 counter to the Juggernaut. At a point 3, 4 items in, you're just way stronger. And I think Alliance are going to need a steroid here from Nico Baby to be able, or maybe just more pushing power. Can they end the game fast enough?
Luckily, Solar Crest is pretty broken in this patch, and Tusk naturally would just buy that for his Juggernaut. The question is, what is S4's hero now?
Yeah.
Like, what is the offlane that's going to piece this together? They often have S4 playing this tanky guy that has strong laning presence, running into these lanes. He has ultimate last pick in the draft that will help a lot.
That ban, Secret banning out ET, that's brilliant, because that is the counter to Morph, removing all the base armor.
The pace of the game too.
It boosts the Jug damage output. Also probably the best complement to core Jug, because then with just the Spirit, you're amplifying the magical damage of the spin, which most players are upgrading, talenting, and sharding for.
Alliance.
So we got overall last pick going the way of Alliance. The Doom now also banned out. We have only seen S4 play Necrophos as the only hero left still in the pool that is available. I don't think this is a good Necro game though, but could they take a page out of Team Secret's book and go for the Underlord? You can save people with that, you know, if they're gonna get like egged by the Phoenix.
It would be it's an interesting idea for sure. I think from it does mitigate the problems that they currently face. Like, he just sits back, he has the Uber taxi service to disengage from the egg, go again straight away. The other 4 of the heroes are very skirmishy, so having one hero with cooldowns is easy to play around.
Yeah,
I love the ban from Secret, the Doom, but just because it's going to be morphling v the world, it feels, and it's a very strong offlaner.
They got rid of the 2 off lanes that really deal with the morph.
The question for Secret though is, are they going to go for a semi-carry, because like they're banning out heroes like Doom, therefore they're showing that it's going to be morph is the primary win condition, or are they going to go super greed like the OG did, where they have this double carry matchup?
I got it. Off lane silencer.
Remaining.
Yeah, but the Axe is already off lane.
No, you mean for Alliance.
Mean for Alliance?
Yeah, you mean for Alliance. Well, let's see what Secret picks first.
It's kind of squish, but I wouldn't be too opposed to it. But it does mean that
I think a Mantle and Morphling make this very sad.
Yes, that is the concern.
No, Matthew's happy.
Matthew's smiling. He gets to pick his hero. Yeah. It's like, ooh, I see so many heroes that could work here.
We haven't seen a Matthew Lone Druid in a while, but is
that not too greedy?
That wouldn't be bad either. They just want something that hits tower.
I actually really like Visage. Little Solar Crest.
Visage.
Some sort of creep hero, just peek in the mid game.
Visage or Brood, come on, bring it out. Matthew
they
specials.
could Brood, that would be gross.
He literally says it in the game. He has a voice line that says
British
Visage.
and we say things real dumb in our country.
I mean, yeah, but
yes, sir.
I mean, that's a fair point, but this is still a name. These are all names. Let's see what they go for, though. They go for the Lone Druid.
Oh, it was option number 3. Yeah.
I mean, you mentioned it.
No, but I meant like I want to see Visage, then Brood, and like Lone Druid was a strong third. But
I think that the Bear is underrated. We saw the buffs from the last patch. I think that. I mean, I'm shocked it's not.
It's going to be unbearable to fight these guys in the mid game.
Oh Jesus. Alliance.
Which one is it? No.
Alliance needs something now that handles the morphling, but also gives them the ability to pressure towers. This, I hate to say, but you might even not want Tiny Core anymore because you just can't burst any of these heroes. You need sustained damage, but I just don't see it. I don't know what you go here. You need your own kind of weird win condition. Maybe they Huskar.
They could just
in
go
some way. Healing Ward.
Angle, no.
A Viper. Do you like it, Kyle? I see you with a little bit of a surprise face.
It's hardcore lane-centric draft from Alliance. They have the early matchups to apply pressure and to kind of snowball the game. And then, but I am worried about the...
No, I was not
I'm doing it myself.
You can't do it to your...
I can, I did. But I'm worried that Alliance doesn't have the win condition and they don't have the late game.
Yeah.
So it's
they're
so
missing
much pressure.
They're missing the components that have gotten them to this place where they're undefeated. It's they don't have late game for Nico Baby. They don't really have great laning matchups. And they can't really hit towers very easily.
But if they win their lanes, they use Tusk to get that quick Aegis, and then they have a high pace of the game. The greediness potentially of Lone Druid Morphling. But every time I say that on this panel, I feel like that greed never really is punished, and they just seem to outscale and eventually win the game.
Yeah. However, previous game, we did see Team Secret take a lead, and then they make a couple of mistakes, and Alliance comes back. Is there a chance for them to do that? Because Alliance didn't make that many mistakes, and Team Secret did.
The mistakes in this game that Secret make is cushioned by the fact that the egg is near unkillable. Yeah. So you have to make like the biggest.
So there's a bigger margin of error for Team Secret this game round.
The Bulba coefficient, it's like one fight for Secret, whereas Alliance need 4 or 5.
I have no idea. That was me trying to do the Bulba coefficient, but I didn't know how. Just go to the game.
Yes, let's go to the game. We got game 2 here. Team Secret versus Alliance with Cap and Fog.
I swear, those two, when it comes to Robson and Kyle, for whatever reason, you know, I have some hype intro prepared or something, and for whatever to do, I just have to laugh at whatever they're doing, and it totally throws me off my game. All right, let's get into it. Game 2 of Alliance versus Secret. Fogged, I'm going to disagree with the panel on one thing right away. They said Alliance do not have some of the things that got them this far, and I'm going to say they have momentum. This is a lineup that is momentum-based, and I feel like Alliance is really good at taking a bit of momentum and building that into more and more and more.
Yeah, this is a really fast-paced draft that they're going for here, right? Look, their longest cooldown is probably like the juggle, right? They are pretty much just looking for a constant fast pace, while on the reverse, kind of like Alliance, how Alliance had the last game, Secret, they have the better team fight. They have the Axe, the Phoenix, the Snapfire. It's going to all synergize very nice. But Alliance, if they can get out of lanes quite effectively, quite ahead, they could definitely put some damage. Limp, we have a lot of signature heroes coming into play. Nisha on his 70-something% plus win rate Morphling, and Limp on his 70+ something win rate Tiny. So this is probably the funnest actual individual matchups that we do have.
You could see Limp there was trying to scout out exactly where the mid wards are, because that's what everyone's doing with their wards right now. They rush into the mid lane, they place them somewhere around their tower to give them information about the bounty runes and about the upcoming water runes and such. You didn't get any of that information. Let's see if Secret, they are just going to be splitting 2-2 here.
Okay. Very fun. And then we do have, let's look at these lane combos we have. We have Jug Grim, tried and tested, good damage. Axe kind of overall, usually can survive the initial goes and able to reset decently. We have the Phoenix and the Axe combo with the Fire Spirits and the Battle Hunger. Very frustrating for supports to deal with. Top lane, I think this one's probably the most boring lane because it's into the Lone Druid, but maybe we'll see some bears die. I think that's the thing that I'm looking forward to. I think Viper and Tusk could definitely catch Matu off guard a little bit and maybe kill this El Doge some of the times.
Yeah, that's definitely the biggest outcome, right? It's like, okay, maybe they get a puppy kill, maybe they kill the bear, but unlikely they're going to kill Matamba Man himself unless they manage to get something real crazy. I actually agree with Kyle on, I thought we were going to see more of the Lone Druid, considering some of the changes that happened to him. He got slight buff in 729B, but also 729, they gave him the shard that allows you to be able to always essentially cast Savage Roar, because if you only have to cast it on one of them, you yourself, your hero can be stunned or silenced, but if you cast it on the bear, Savage Roar will still go off on your hero.
Yeah, it's really strong. Applies that. There's so many little shards also that just give dispels now. I feel like there's just a billion dispels in the game that we are seeing, so it does have that too. I think though that Lone Druid is a very player-specific hero. It's tough to just be like, oh, you play Jug a lot? Okay, we're picking you Lone Druid. You're just gonna be comfortable. You need to just have a Lone Druid player.
Yeah. This bottom lane is certainly going to be the fun one here because it's a kill combo. The spin into the Inkswell. It doesn't do quite enough damage to be able to kill Zai, though. A lot of harassment damage going back to the Grimstroke, who also gets low. Zai, okay. Zai, whoa! Quickly gets rid of the Battle Hunger. Fortunately, the Stroke of Fate is a little bit shallow there, and Zai will keep his healing salve intact.
Insane regen trading coming down bottom. That's why Yapsar, he starts with 2 sets of tangos and a salve and fairy fires. Alliance is actually quite limited on their regen. They're going to really need these couriers to get out here quick, as that first go from Secret does burn quite a lot of theirs. Mid, Limp. Look at this, man. Limp is just crushing this matchup right now. Nisha will be getting this humongous pull under his tower here, but he's actually missing a couple of the last hits.
Yeah, we'll see Nisha get a little bit closer to Limp's score, but it's certainly Limp winning the trade-off so far and continuing to put pressure on Nisha, forcing him to constantly be morphing strength, making his attack damage worse, and therefore Limp more likely to be able to get last hits.
I might actually just stay watching. I don't think I'm going to look top very often. This is a boring lane. They're just like pulling and stuff like that instead. I'm just going to look in mid and bottom because Limp is looking for kills all the time too. He keeps forcing Nisha to just like even little taps.
Oh, did he get him? Did he get him? He got him. Oh, big kill. Limp. Solo first blood to Nisha.
And the way he's doing it too, like I'm so glad I was actually staring at this. He's threatening all the time. He's like walking up to him, like making him look like he's gonna avalanche. So Nisha keeps having to burn mana down, and then he waits for the split second that Nisha messes up. He gets the toss into Ava. Yeah, he can keep doing that too if Nisha isn't careful about how high or how low he does keep his HP.
You said this is going to be very lane centric, and it does appear that Alliance is going to be making an early lead out of this, with Limp dominating mid so hard, but the side lanes are going well for them as well. As FNG, okay, you're going to get burned out here. Battle Hunger, Fire Spirits does enough damage.
Jug's still farming. I think the actual lane kind of changes, where usually you want to go for kills with Jug Grimstroke, but when you're into these tanky, like Axis Centaurs and stuff, I think you just play to farm.
Yeah.
Every time you do use your spin aggressively, it feels like it does just get countered. He has to spin to remove hunger. He's limited on regen, but I'm sure FNG's got his back.
It does mean they're burning through a lot of regen, which means that the net worth difference may actually... Oh, no, it's not that too bad, actually.
It's okay. He still is a bit behind, though. That's for sure. They're having to use quite a lot of it versus this Axe. Who Axe, he's got Ring of Health. He naturally builds toward Vanguard, so he won't have to spend all that money on consumables anymore. And Zai should be, for the most part, fine down here as long as he has Yapsor.
Good read by Nisha there, knowing that Limp was going to try and snipe his courier with the tree toss. Limp does take the bounty rune away from the secret side, so good read by him there, and maybe force him to another spin, or just going to wait it out. Hop another healing salve. Man, he's really having to burn through that quite a lot. Poor FNG. All those salves, those are FNG salves, so...
And I think he's probably clicking on Nico Baby and being like, dude, you want stats? We need healing ward pretty bad in this lane, I think.
He spent 1,000 gold on consumables. I was going to say, his net worth is lower than it is when you start the game.
Yeah, that's a little bit grim.
Snowball rollback. Puppy is going to be able to hop into tower range, so he's totally fine.
They're slowing down the Lone Druid a tiny bit here with the Viper. Viper doing a good job of applying that pressure, and he is going to rush the Urn. I actually like this quite a bit here on the Viper, too. If he can go for Spirit Vessel early for the team, I think it would be great versus Lone Druid, versus Morphling, versus Phoenix.
I'll trust...
Really solid pickup if he's able to.
Trust JJ to let us know when a bear dies. I know they've got that stat usually prepared.
Yeah, we don't want to look at top lane anyway. Mid and bottom are the ones we want to be glancing at. They're the fun lanes.
Yeah. 6 minutes. Power runes and bounty runes. This is always like one of those big moments. Okay, the first power rune on the map. Who's going to get it? It is going to be top. Nisha gets an invis rune, which is good for him, but I feel like it's more important to deprive it from Limp.
Yes. I think all of the runes for Morphling don't feel nearly as beneficial compared to if Limp gets them. Limp just opens up the map for him as almost level 7, so he's going to have max avalanche. So his kill threat on the map is going to be quite high. Zai still can die a little bit harder because obviously he has Vanguard, but he could even make moves onto this Axe lane with the Grimstroke.
Look at Zai being super efficient. Pulled, killed the easy camp, pulling again, now got to farm the medium camp, so he is getting free farm plus, as I like to call it. Snowball.
Gotta be efficient.
Dodges the roar. They manage to get the cookie back. Matumba Man's gonna be okay here. They still have the shard, but it doesn't quite grab Matumba Man in it.
Oh, that was close. He's passing off the phase boots between himself and his hero quite a bit there so he can get the move speed to just get away from it.
The dive to the wrong side. If they had gone left, they might have been able to get a lot more damage onto Nico Baby, but as a result, healing ward's back up, spins back up. He's gonna be okay.
It's going to be a big act they're going to have to deal with, though. Zai is going to have one hell of a game now off of this laning phase, and still continuing to just annoy Nico Baby. Yapstar will find the healing ward. He snipes it. He doesn't have dive, though.
He doesn't have... Okay, he's got him. Nico Baby's going to keep up with him. Does manage to get that kill. Well done.
Yapstar with a pretty big slip-up. Just not expecting, I guess, that Nico Baby's just going to commit on him, but Nico Baby, this guy's all about the aggression.
Yeah, maybe it would have been more worth it if, like, Nico Baby was low, and yeah, maybe he gets a Phoenix kill, but Zai pushed them out of lane. But as it is, Nico Baby's health enough. He can stay in lane, no problem.
Yeah, that's a pretty big mistake. That catches the Jug fully back up. When he was having some trouble, he's actually 3,100 net worth compared to 3,200 of Axe. That's pretty solid for Nico Baby. It's mid.
Pass, but he got up the strength more. If he's gonna be okay, pressure applied, though.
He got the rune as well, too.
Yeah.
Limp's got a DD now, so anywhere he could definitely set up for a kill as top. Just off the mark.
You can see Mutabaman, he thought he was going to get got there. Turns into his bear form. He's going to have to leave his Eldoge behind. And there it is. First bear kill. Thank you.
No one in charge, though, unfortunately. Too bad Spirit Bear doesn't give her. That would be lovely for S4.
That is true. It's always such a massive difference, like when Spectre goes like an early earn, or any of these cores that go early earn. If you get an early kill, like boom, your laning phase is set. But
this item is just so good. Like, mana regen is hard to come by unless you build Bassi early, it feels like. This is one of the other alternatives, because I've seen Falcon Blade kind of just disappear from most people's purchases lately, so I think this is one of the other solutions to have it. And I mean, he's the offlane, so it fits really nicely. And since they got this resummon, they're really actively pressuring. FNG up here too. They can leave their jug alone, and Limp doing Limp things.
Yeah, makes the rotation on the bounty rune spawning. So if he doesn't get the bounty rune, he's going to find a kill.
Puppy stacks.
They're going to be able to chase him down in the top lane. They turn around, get the Viper Strike onto Mutabaman's hero, but the bear is doing a lot of damage to S4, especially with Puppy. Puppy didn't die.
They left him.
They didn't finish him off, and he turns around, gets a huge amount of damage onto the Viper, plus the minus armor, and that leads to him getting wiped out there. Oh, a little bit of an oversight there from Alliance. Ends up losing 2.
Hanskin goes for the +1, but yeah, doesn't finish off Puppy, so he gets the whole Shredder. However, Limp clears up a double stack, and now he finds a Fairy Trinket. The most fortunate pickup you can for the Tinies.
Was that the hard camp stack? Is that what that was?
Hard camp stack.
Okay.
Yeah, the one on the dire triangle right there where the camera is.
Right, okay. Yeah, that's not too bad. As a result, 4,800 net worth. He is top, whereas Axe, potentially could have farmed that. Is he in trouble? Oh, he is in trouble. Gets called up. Now he doesn't have spin any longer. He does have an Omni Slash and a healing ward he can drop, but it's going to be a fruitless attempt. No point in even trying.
He just got surrounded. He was trying to farm the hard camp, and they both just swung from both sides. As soon as he calls.
Nation making a move here, but he's got to be careful. This Tusk, he's outputting a lot of damage with the tag team. He's trying to get himself out of here. He knocks him back. Does have launch charges here. Wait for him in a second, but it's not enough. They overwhelm him with all that damage. And, that nether toxin damage was building up. He was just sitting in the swamp.
So much magic amp too. The poison attacks, he had 5 stacks on him. He just keeps beating on him and beating on him. And he's actually not going to rush the Vessel. Okay, he's going to go for more of his own individual build so that he can keep growing. I actually like it. He's going to go Dragonlance. So I've seen Vipers in mid do this build. They do Dragonlance and BKB and stuff like that, but not from the off lane. This is a little bit of a different approach.
And there has been some talk about this Dragonlance because it got buffed. Right now it gives an extra 2 agility.
Yeah, got buffed up an extra 2. They went from 14 to 16.
Yeah, that is indeed what happened. So,
yeah, it's nice. And his effectiveness, I think this is one of the cool things about Viper is in the past, Viper was a pretty hard counter to the Lone Druid when we used to play, when I was playing ages ago, because you can just always focus fire the bear really effectively. So I think S4 is trying to go for something like that. He's looking at what his heroes are going to accomplish. Like Limp's going to be able to shut down the effectiveness of the Morph a lot of the times. And then Viper's going to be able to deal with that Lone Druid a lot. And Jug can do his own. So I actually quite like it. We'll see if it ends up paying off for S4. But yeah, he's having an excellent start to this game. All 3 cores.
Does it also mean that you can man fight the bear underneath Nether Toxin? Does that disable all of the bear's passive abilities?
Yes, it should.
Okay. So no Entangle to worry about. It means you can defend towers better. He won't have the Demolish.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of interest. Despite some of the changes that have happened between both of these heroes, it remains a very credible counter.
Yeah, definitely. And if he does go for Spirit Vessel, right, it's going to be able to prevent the link, the healing coming between the two of them too pretty nicely. So yeah, it's going to be very valuable if this build-up does work for S4. As the bottom tower, it should die with this pressure, and that's going to enable Zai to get his blink. I say that. Look at what Zai's got queued up. He's got the meme axe queued ready.
I've been seeing this. You get the shard and you get the manta, and he's actually going to do it, the madman.
No way. I was like, he's going to buy blink for sure. He buys the Yasha.
Yeah, like you've got a Phoenix. Like a blink call is really important to make your team fight work. Man, this is...
I guess Zai wants to carry. You know, he's going to go his Manta Shard build. He's like, all right.
Yeah.
Hop on.
I mean, this build is insane.
Interesting, but yeah, I don't know. That seems really weird when you have Phoenix. Absolutely. Like, he's going to not be able to save a lot of the times those eggs versus August Limp. They're on Matu.
Yeah, he got the Savage Roar off and will protect himself.
Yep, so we're going to place a ward to defend Matu, but I think that's going to get quickly dewarded by FNG.
Zai, meanwhile, takes over the top lane, so they're not going to be trading out side lane towers, at least not yet.
I wonder if they see it now, too. Like, he showed himself. They probably like, dude, Axe has a Yasha.
Yeah. All right, so for those of you guys who haven't seen this build, basically, he goes Manta, his illusions can spin, he gets the shard as well, which allows them to proc on attacks, and then it also increases, you know, proc chance and stuff like that. And it basically means when he gets a call off and he pops Manta, the damage can be insane, especially if you're actually drawing aggro from any other creeps or any other heroes and stuff. Like, it just becomes a spinning ballerina dance that is constantly outputting damage.
And it's pure, so it's always a relevant damage source as the game does progress. Let's see if it ends up working out. I think it could end up hurting them maybe a little bit because of not being able to cover Phoenix, but they are playing the farm game. They are just kind of like splitting up right now. Everybody on Secret feeling the pressure from Alliance right now. They're just chilling out in the jungle.
Yeah.
So Alliance, Limp, he's going to start looking for these constant frags, him and FNG.
And another reason you go Manta, if you want to go this build first, is because you're able to use the illusions to, like, you can just run an illusion down a lane. And you can clear out lanes without having to actually put a hero in threat.
Is under attack.
I'm going to be so surprised if this one does work.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see.
I mean, the first time we see an egg die, you know, it's going to be like, all right, Ty, that's on you.
Yeah, but they're literally all playing farm. Like, YapzOr is now just running into jungle. He's hitting jungle. Kempsy's stacking. Lone Druid's hitting jungle. Puppy's like stacking and running around, kind of sitting behind Nisha. They're just trying to play it out to farm. So maybe that's the plan. But
do you think that's bad for Alliance? Because on panel they were talking about the fact, like, okay, their early game, their momentum, Secret has the better late game.
I guess so, right? Like, I did feel like Nico Baby was going to have trouble in the last game carrying those Lifestealer, and he ended up just putting the team on his shoulders as well. So I'm not sure.
Jump in, catching YapzOr, they blow him up. Is he trying to get some ward down in the triangle or something? That is a scary place to be.
I'm not sure. Maybe farming in a super aggressive place. I don't know. They're all just trying to farm. We'll find FNG bottom, though. He's pushed out too far versus Matu.
Yeah, that Inkswell, it requires heroes to be in the AoE, and it looks like the hero bear doesn't count, so no stun.
I mean, it's actually kind of working the farm. Just playing this farm style. They're starting to get net worth advantage slowly but surely. Zai, they did get the D ward on the high ground. Initially, we did see FNG get down, but another sneaky ward was placed. So it does watch S4 and Limp trying to set up a mid. So Isha will be safe.
You see, Zai spotted those two, and now he's using his invis to go into the triangle. I'm serious.
He saw the stack.
His invis is going to run out. He's immediately going to be spotted here by Nico Baby. He's going to try and farm this stack that YapzOr scattered out earlier, and he's going to commit heavily. He's doing a lot of damage back under Nico Baby, but so many of Alliance are going to be able to close in on him. He takes some of the stack. I don't know how much.
I saw at least 2 creeps at the end. I saw the dark green gold come up. He got some of it, though, but they swing over, they kill him, and they insta-smoke. I love that they insta-smoke, too. Just look for the next kill. Don't let Secret play like this.
No.
You have to start looking for it. The Secret's literally just splitting up. Everyone's showing in a different lane. So Alliance, they do have to start hunting these heroes, because the farm is working a little bit for Secret here.
Yeah, I mean, there's no counter-initiation with no Blink Dagger Axe, so, like, theoretically, the heroes that you go on, it's not like there's going to be a massive play. Like, the Phoenix Egg is maybe going to be out there, but you don't have the Axe necessarily to cover that, especially if you get the kill on YapzOr right away, which they do, thanks to the Inkswell, thanks to the throw of the tree. They catch YapzOr. They can keep this.
Keep these two going. I think Limp and FNG just handhold for the next, like, honestly, 5-10 minutes.
Yeah.
Keep making space for Nico Baby. Maybe Hanskin can join if he'd like to. Hanskin can do kind of whatever he wants. But, yeah, I want to see these two bruisers just sticking together. They can just keep getting these kills and Secret just fully split up.
6,600 net worth. Okay,
we're back inside the game as the mid lane engagement. Zai is going to be quite low. Looks like he's going to be dying as Stroke runs him over. Nisha is trying to morph into strength. Hanskin, he gets caught inside the river, but oh no, he DC'd. He's got no waveform. He does have wand charges, and I'm not sure how many more Omni Slash hits we have going on, but he's got Earn on him. He's got 5 stacks of the poison attack on him as well, so he's taking a lot of magic damage right now.
Yeah, YapzOr are gonna have to out to egg 2 in a second, and that means that Nico Baby's gonna be able to get out of this with spin and focus fire the egg if it does come down. He has half duration left on Omni Slash, so about 1.5 seconds left on it. I think, is that a Phantom flying out too? I can't even see inside of all this. I don't think there's a Phantom.
Yeah, it's cooldown 28 seconds, cooldown, so yeah, it looks like it already died.
All right, let's see if the stick ends up saving Nisha. S4 is going to be able to just keep popping on him.
Yeah, and he's got spin immediately afterwards. I think you said that, so it's... I mean, YapzOr feels like he's going to have to get off the egg almost right away.
Yeah, and then it's probably going to die. Let's see.
All right, it goes out. The Omni Slash then in turn goes on to Nisha. Now they're going to be able to kill the egg as well. Oh, dear. The bear going in on FNG, but the bear, he's got to keep running. It's got a haste run. Okay, that's why he threw it in.
I was about to say, what, the Matu just suicided his bear? But yeah, haste will keep it alive. But Alliance, they turn up with everything. They bring the fight to Anisha. Bit of an unfortunate DC, but he was looking to be in a bit of a tough spot anyway.
Yeah, a great fight for Alliance. I mean, you said keep it going, and they do.
They have Echo Saber now on Limp. Nico Baby after finishing Battle Fury. If you look, by the way, he's got... Does he have a lot of points to take off? Right? He's got 2 points in stats.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Okay, no, he's at those points. I was trying to... I'm like, wait, is he missing something? But he does have an excellent game for himself as he shows up to a fight with Battle Fury and gets himself some nice cleanup kills. So that's pretty huge for Alliance here. Just continuing this growth. And, I mean, Secret, they're still just going for Manta on X, so...
Maelstrom now complete for the Lone Trade. So, with this whole Manta X thing, like, in your mind, what is Secret's game plan here? How are they wanting to play this match out?
Wait till 30 minutes, honestly. Just wait till everybody's got 1 or 2 items finished up so that they can actually fight. Like, Nisha needs Manta. Matu, he can probably start fighting. YapzOr almost has his item. They probably just are waiting just for these 1 or 2 big items.
Jesus! Oh, that would have been a massive kill. S4 TP's away with just frames to go before he would have been stopping that TP. That was crazy. 18 minutes, they're going to go in on Tanisha here. They have the combination of the Tiny. They also have the Inkswell. He's hopped over. Cookie saves him a little bit more, and it's enough to be able to morph strength from there, so Alliance do not continue their pursuit.
That was real close. That Cookie probably saving him actually from the positioning. Very, very close. Hanskin, like I said, he's got this is like the freest 4 game ever. You don't even have to play with your team. He's just farming. He's leveling up shards. He's got Falcon Blade, going for the Blink Dagger next. This is actually such a nice game for Tusk to just chill on the side.
So we're kind of expecting Secret to just be playing dodge mode in some ways. I mean, I think in some ways, Nisha's actually like, this is kind of according to plan, right? If they keep on going on him but never killing him, it means Zai is doing this. Oh, he's got to kill the creep. He's got to kill the creep. Oh, no, he doesn't kill it now. S4 is here. He's going to pop his Manta and try TP away. Oh, no, he doesn't know. Soulbind. Great play from FNG. He soulbinds the illusion to get the extra catch over onto the hero of Zai, and that will stop the TP and punish Zai's aggression.
Oh, that's beautiful. And he's got salves from his shovel, so Hanskin's a little bit of HP he's missing. He's going to heal him up. Bots already from S4 paying off massively.
Jumping forward. They tried to catch him with the Cookie. What happened to the creep?
It died. I think the Battle Fury Cleave killed it before it actually got into range of it.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
neat. Cheeky little move. They tried to catch Nico Baby unawares, put a little damage on him. Not quite enough, though.
So Nisha's got his item timing. He's got the Manta.
Yep.
YapzOr's near got Aeon Disc. So Secret's starting to hit these timings, but Alliance, I mean, they're very happy with the state of the game right now. This Jug, Battle Fury, Yasha, going for SNY too. Literally like no pressure on Nico Baby after laning start. Still feeling pretty damn good.
Are you committing to the shard if you're Zai here? Because he's got Shard and Blink Dagger queued up, and 20 minutes is about to hit. They're going to jump on Nisha again. This time, did they got him? No, he's already morphed into Strength, and he does have the Manta, so it's very easy for him to get rid of that Phantom and jump away.
Cap, he's committed for the Manta, so I'm assuming he's going to come in. He's got to commit to Shard. Right? Like,
yeah.
Shard now, then. He's not buying it, though.
Okay, there it goes. All right.
Okay, so they've all got the one item that they do want on their cores, at least.
Lim continues his rampage, but is he going to be caught here? Nisha turning into the Tiny and tosses him back into Zai. Zai hits the call, pops the Manta, and there's your damage. Lim, he's been doing a good job, but that, unfortunately, gives a mega kill streak away to Secret. Fortunately, goes to Puppey, though.
It's Secret's farm game. This time, Lim, he does fall for it. 5-1-3. That one first death gonna slow him down a bit. 30 seconds now where Secret probably feels like there's not anything that Alliance can do on the map. So they're probably gonna look for some other play here with Zai and with Puppey. Hanskin, he's waiting for that play, though. He's got the blink. He's sitting in mid. He's probably waiting for a blink call, honestly, on Hanskin at some point. And he's like, what the hell is going on?
Yeah.
Blink to counteract Axe, but Axe doesn't have a blink. So
I was like, Zai going to make some moves here? No. Zai's not going to do that at all. Zai is focused on farming. Do you think this is a style that is specifically against Alliance, or do you think it's more about the draft? Or like, what do you think this is?
I think it's more so just about Secret's draft. I think they recognize how greedy they've gone with the Lone Druid Morphling as these two cores, and they just feel like they have to just do whatever they can to stall the game out for these two to get online. So I guess that's what Zai's mentality much, because he's now just cutting waves. Manta goes bottom, he actually misses half the wave. One Manta goes mid, he'll cut it. So it's just going to keep slowing down the attempts of aggression from Alliance, just from having these waves pushed in.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about. The Illusion just goes ahead and cuts the wave. Nisha and Puppey, meanwhile, are backdooring the tower. It's going to force a move out of Alliance. If they catch Nisha, great. Nisha's going to go back in for it. Nisha, are you insane? More strength. It's not going to be enough. He's going to... No, Manta, waveform away, TPing out. Oh, Soulbine's going to stop that one. They just need a little bit damage. Surely Nisha is now dead. The Soulbine actually hops over to Puppey for a second there. TP out is going to be denied. The Matama Man's Bear also dying. And double damage with a Roshan time?
Oh, that's fortunate with tag team as well. Yeah, this is going to be a good one. Good timing here for Alliance. 30 seconds, no more. Secret can't contest. Zai will continue just sitting in this jungle spot here, sending Mantis to cut the illusions, though, so he'll have... he's Manta illusions to cut the waves. So he'll still get Blink at a good time, but Alliance hit back hard here.
They certainly do.
Okay, Nisha showed. I'm still so shocked that he actually showed himself again.
Dude, hitting the tower once, that was a cheeky move. They're actually going to try and do something here. Puppey just dropping some bombs, the Force Staff. They'll get him away from Limp. The Tubman Man catches him. Bamatu in trouble with the Omni Slash on him. That wasn't worth the Grimstroke kill at all.
No, he was microing the bear. He actually stood still for like a second and a half on his hero, and that's when Nico Baby just charges at him. Phase Boot S&Y, easy catch up. And I think he still had tail end of the DD too to finish him off, so. Oh boy. Now Secret, okay, they've got a way to make plays. So Zai has a Blink Dagger. So now maybe he can set some stuff up, because everything's just been Alliance so far, just making all these constant plays.
Smoke breaks there on Puppey. Makes the call, pops the Manta. Single hero, it is going to be enough. They chop him down and use that movement speed to reset. They actually pop the Supernova here. They're tossing him back in. They're going to go for this one, but the call, it actually saves the egg and it explodes. And now Nico Baby, he's still got the Aegis, so it's not like Secret can really get on the offensive here. They've got to just reset.
That was such a risky egg still. I know he had Zai next to him, but even then, like, the back hero's like, what if FNG hits it once or twice? Like, that was very, very risky coming out from Yapsor.
Yeah.
Tower's still alive, so they do get the kill, but they can't turn it into an objective just yet for more information. But this Axe is so farmed. This Manta really is starting to enable him to be this really scary damage-dealing core.
You see, Hanskin also is going to go a shard hit. This one gives him the Frozen Sigil. Do you think that's more about the team fight? Do you think about that's more about information?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Maybe not feeling like he can what other item he should go for to just buff up, because they already have the shoulder threat.
Dire structures are fortified.
Oh, it's definitely interesting.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, because like I've never, I'm always kind of a fan of like getting both a solar and a medallion. He could go more damage on his toss, so his burst feels a little bit better against Morphling. There's options there, but the shard is his choice.
I would have just even getting some normal, just your normal items, your normal support items that you see, your glimmers, your force, etc. No.
Yeah.
We'll see. The moving speed slow is very high. That is one thing. It allows you to chase pretty crazy. 40% is ridiculous. And it's another thing that they will have to deal with in the fight, so hey, maybe it'll be a little bit of X factor that helps the Juggernaut chase these extra targets, so.
X shows up the lane. Spin. Creep wave's dead. Lions don't really care too much about that as they're currently hitting a tier 2 bottom lane. And they can actually trade off here. What's going on the other side of the map? Secret doing enough to be able to take that tier 2. They're going to mass TP back. I guess we'll have to see. They need a little bit more.
Fighting this.
Yeah, they're going to fight this. Nico Baby leading. He's just trying to get information. Goes out, throws a spin. Secret backing up now.
Limp still smoked on the sidelines.
Yeah, he can cut him off potentially. Oh, found a double damage too. Bottles that one. Saves it for a rainy day.
And Secret just go and avoid the fight, as they have been for the most part of this game. Limp though.
Spot's eye.
Finds a big one.
A hero that is a bit hard to be able to one-shot, especially since Pumpy's there with the extra assist in the 4-stack.
Nisha leaves behind some illusions top to keep pushing in the lane, so Nico Baby has to swing over and solve the problem with that lane really quickly. Secret? They'll be thinking about going for maybe some smoke play here. They don't have any big timing. Any other one? I think the E-Blade is done in a second on Nisha, so maybe wait for that as Puppy.
Oh, the last shot, the last 2 shots, one more, and it got him. Man, that was a long-range hit from Viper, that second one.
Need the Grove Bow plus Dragonlance, man.
Yeah, seriously. What's his attack range up to now?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It's 915?
Yeah. Man, that's actually. I thought it was only 870. I didn't know it was an extra 45 on top. Wow. I was gonna say 870 right off the bat because I thought that was one of the ones that I had in my head, but nope. It's even further. And now Limp, he has BKB, so he's a lot more survivable. It's still very close. Like, this net worth is just stayed constantly even. Alliance has had an experience, though, quite significantly because of this map control that they've had for the most part of the game.
So look at this sigil. It's slowing down the bear a lot. The call is actually going to be able to go off, and oh my god, Onskin, he just gets deleted almost immediately. The bear is still going to die. Limp is forced to use his BKB here. The sigil still keeping the chase up. Nico Baby's going to be running down the 2 supports here. Puppy, he's going to be the first to go down. Zai's just being poked at by S4 right now. Matumba Man, his bear coming back into play here. He's going to stall up S4, hoping to be able to keep his axe alive. Bouncing around is the Omni Slash. It sticks onto the illusions, unfortunately. Real one. Morphling on the run here, low on mana, doesn't have a way out of this one. He's just going to be slowly burned down unless Matumba Man can somehow save him. Maybe Absol as well. He's got enough to be able to jump out with waveform. Call going in. Now with the egg on the side here. Oh dear, he actually gets the call and he runs away. He's still alive through all of this one. Nico Baby, he charges in with the egg swell, but that's just an Aeon disc on Yapsor. He's going to continue to slow down Nico Baby's side. He meets him around the corner, says, "Are you looking for me, punk?"
And that's all. Zai lives throughout the whole thing. He's the one who was getting gone on with the sigil at the start. I think Yapsor actually heals him up to full with the Sunray so that he can re-go with his team and join up. And Alliance just gets totally separated in this fight.
I mean, what a huge difference if S4 is able to finish off Zai in that fight.
Yep.
Then, that culling blade that finishes off, like, there's so many things that don't happen in that engagement, but
Radiant's middle tower has
now
fallen.
Secret, they were talking about it, what did they call it, the Bulba coefficient or whatever? I mean, they said basically that Secret, they only need to win a certain number of fights to really swing this game heavily in their favor, and you could see just one fight like that, and all of a sudden it feels like Secret they took over the map. They were spread out everywhere.
Yeah. And now, the axe build has really paid off. Like, him being that much tankier because of, Mantha and stuff. It's all these little things that really add up to make him survive. Yeah, now these 3 cores, extremely strong. Still a window, for sure, for Alliance. This Juggernaut is still unbelievably farmed. So that next Roche is probably going to be the next biggest thing. Limp has to be careful. This Tiny is going to be really important. Him and S4 have to watch their positioning in the next fight.
Yeah. I mean, the Alliance is definitely not in a worse spot than they were last game when they were 9,000 net worth down against Secret, right? Or do you feel like it's kind of close?
It's kind of close. Last game, they did have the big team fight. That's the one thing. Like, they had this humongous team fight with the Warlock and the Mars. This time, they don't really have team fight. It's actually Secret who does have the team fight. So I'd say this one maybe feels a little bit worse.
Thank you, JJ, for the mean number.
What did he put up?
322 gold have been given away by Axe Illusions. Now, you want a real stat? I want to know how much gold those illusions have farmed for Zai as he's been spreading them out all over the map.
Oh, now you're definitely going to make his life miserable.
I know. I know that was something that there's no way he has access to. But, I got to ask. 4-man smoke up from Team Secret. Well, Nisha is not in the smoke. The Bear by itself is going to be pushing in the mid lane. Oh, they get to jump in. They're going to try and blow up Nico, baby. They beat him. Oh, they didn't get him in the snowball fast enough. Hanskin tried to get the save. Now they shard that Nisha threw out, blocked in S4, and he doesn't actually manage to kill him. S4 successfully TPs out, but Hanskin, surely he's going to be run down. It's just a call and a culling blade at this point. Nico Baby plays the outskirts of the fight. He knows he can't just charge in on his second life. Alliance, they can't really do this right now. S4, did he TP to the side lane with his boots of travel? That was wild. Oh, no. Oh, no. Now he's still caught. It was a brilliant TP away by him, but he didn't TP home, so...
Oh, Nico Baby, he bought back because he died. He wanted to join back for the fight, but now it's, one death from them just losing the game on him. And as Nisha with the E-Blade and the Nether Shawl, of course, he didn't put that away all on go that he did get that one. They have enough burst just with the call and the extra little damage from spins. It's enough. And he does have a ceremonial rope, so even more magic amp that did come out. It was enough. And that's top net worth Jug now slowly getting pierced down. Now Axe almost going to surpass him.
All of a sudden, Secret looks like they're going to take a lane of barracks because Alliance are having a hard enough time taking team fights right now. With the Viper still being dead, it seems like there is no way to win this engagement. So they're just going to have to give up a lane of barracks, wait until a better opportunity presents itself. The Bear actually does die to Swift Slash here, and maybe Axe is going to be slowed down. They're going to use a real Omni Slash. Zion's going to tank through it, and they need a little bit more, but he's given the hook cookie, and they still have Force Staffs to get him out as well. Omni Slash used. Alliance still posturing very aggressively here, but
Nico Baby's still chasing forward.
Yeah.
Axe is low, so he does know that, so he is a little bit more survivable because of this, but man, even the Omni Slash now again not being successful. The Axe too tanky. That's a long cooldown, 140 seconds.
Can they do this?
They need it. I feel like if they don't get the rush, they just lose the game. That's the scary thing.
Yeah.
But, okay,
Supernova is back up.
Axe BKB still cooldown.
Okay. The top of man, he's going to use his Bear to scout the high ground. They reveal that Alliance is up there. The cookie's going to be given to the Bear, but the Bear is tossed right back in. They know this is the second Bear of the low druid, but oh no! Lip, he took so much magic damage there. Zai goes in with a big two-man call. FNG and Hanskin, they're ripped through. S4, a BKB, TP out. The call, the damage, the physical damage is enough. It's not the call. The culling blade of Zai that will stop that TP. 3 down on the side of Alliance, and they will have to give up on that road shot.
They had to. It was either get the successful fight or take the roast, and they can't take the fight. They were trying to go for the Bear because it was the only Bear from Matu, but I think they all in too hard on that. Zai gets an opportunity where he sees both supports. They're able to just get a perfect fight again. Yapstor's coming off cooldown.
The shard's going to be given over to Yapstor, so now that egg, which is already hard to deal with, becomes even more potent.
Sunray during egg. Yep.
Yeah.
Unbelievable shard as well. No longer having to wait for 20 talent. He does hit 20 anyway at the same time as it, so he would have had it at the old patches too, but yeah, this shard is very powerful. I can't believe it actually slows too. I don't know why it has an extra component.
Yeah.
A lot of them do have just extra components on top, it feels like. They were just like, this shard doesn't feel strong enough. Let's add an extra thing on top of the extra thing.
Yeah, no, I think Kyle was right. They need to, they keep on buffing all these shards. They need to increase the cost now of the shard, because it feels like a lot of these things are almost too gold efficient.
And Secret, they just have such a good window now. Even the Phoenix surpassing the Viper, soon to surpass the Tiny. The farm game has really worked for them. Alliance with just 1 or 2 slip-ups this game, it's really snowballed out of control.
Certainly has.
They're kind of just trapped too now. Like Limpy's far outside, but the rest of them are just trapped inside the base. Nico Baby, still 3 minutes left on buyback, so he knows like if he goes outside, he gets picked, the game just ends.
Yeah, and look at the lanes being pushed in, being cut not by a hero, but by the illusions of Zai. So Secret's still able to maintain like this 4-man stance over the triangle while exerting pressure on the map.
I hope you guys enjoy no blink axes in your pubs. You're probably going to get that now.
Yeah.
But you're going to get, well, you'll get blink eventually, but not till after 20-minute mark when the shard comes out. They're making it work. They really are. Like just like the creep cutting, the buying, the time. Exactly what they wanted this game state to get to.
Yeah. It's really cool that the stat buildup for this axe as well is made even better because he's got a Phoenix, right? Because then the Sunray comes in. The healing is more effective. He feels more effective because he's able to keep his HP up and continue his chase. It's a nice bit of synergy they put together for these drafts. That's kind of to be expected from the 2 top teams of the Western European DPC Season 2. And Season 1, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, this time, Greed really paying off. Matu, almost MKB. They're starting to get some pretty big luxury items on the side of Secret. Still have Aegis for 2.5 minutes. They're just keeping Alliance in their base. Just putting the chokehold on. Nico Baby knows. He chews up Rapier. He knows that's the only hope for them now to have a comeback in the game.
All right. Scotty, Rapier, if Alliance are going to be able to do something with that window, they got to hold out for like solid 5 to 8 minutes while Nico Baby is given all the farm that drifts in. Any of it, it's all Nico Baby's at this point because he needs all of it to get as quick to that Divine Rapier as possible.
Yeah, and they can't even get out to farm their tier 4 neutral items as they're about to start dropping. Look at the ward coverage from... There's wards and sentries blanketed on the outside, so FNG can't even get them much vision. Look at that one ward. They have that one obs ward, kind of looking at like nothing for Alliance. They can't get a different ward out because it's just blanketed.
Yeah, yep.
Did I see that right? Illusionist cape? Did they get one on the axe?
No.
I definitely saw someone get an illusionist cape.
Let's see, we're checking it out. Yep, that's Secret. It's sitting inside the shop right now, so Zai can...
He doesn't want it. He actually goes for Octarine, and he takes a Stormcrafter.
Okay.
All right. Well, look at the axe. Okay, now look at the call cooldown. So with the shard,
yeah,
and it actually is pretty crazy how low it is.
Yep, 7.5 seconds. First bear does go down, but Zai is going to be able to get this nice call onto the Viper. S4 taking a lot of damage. The Omni Slash going back over to Zai. He used the Stormcraft to survive a little bit longer. The Cookie, it's not going to be able to save him. Nico Baby, he sees his opportunity for the shard. It's blocking him, and he's not able to chase after Puppey. Meanwhile, they're losing their top lane of Barracks. Alliance, they got to put a stop to this one, but the toss back, it missed. Morphling able to waveform away, and a creep is tossed back instead.
Radiant's bottom tower.
All right, well, it's 70 seconds.
Dude, his illusions are still going to take. They didn't stop this. The Lotus Orb stops the Swiss Slasher going in. The range barracks is taken by the illusions in the top lane, but meanwhile, Nisha, he's getting in there right now. He's already killed FNG. He doesn't care about this life. His Aegis was just about to expire, so he says, thank you very much for his life. Let's see if he survives, though. Toss up almost instantly. The Inkswell is not going to be enough. Nisha boxes BKB, and he's going away while Matamba Man continues the rat. The tier 3 is being ripped apart, but he's actually going to pull it back now. So a second lane of barracks down. Alliance take like an okay fight. They get a little bit out of it, but that's the last fight like that can happen. Otherwise, they're going to be matched up against Megas.
Yeah, it's a forced fight. Like, they have to go for these type of chase plays. As soon as they kill Zai, who, you know, buying out a full Octarine, maybe a bit greedy from him, does spend his whole gold and just gets focused by the Omni. Those have to be a little more careful future scenarios. But yeah, Alliance, they have to chase out to try to find anything else, and they can only find really the Snapfire and that Aegis. Any neutral items they've gotten yet? They got a Ceremonial Robe now. Oh, they did get at least one of those tier 3s that they were missing, and they do find a Spell Prisoner now for FNG.
Well, If one supernova is hard to deal with, a second one is going to be even worse. Hanskin spotted by the illusions, and the real Nisha shows up to collect the kill with the double damage.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Now he's got
attack.
the waveform charges thanks to his 25 talents.
Oh no! Oh no! Nico baby.
Nico baby.
He was in the glyph. They glyphed the creep wave, and Nico baby's just left there trying to kill the creep because he knows if they complete this TP, then he can't get back home. And if he can't get back home, then they could be faced up against Megas. And Nico baby, even worse, may just be dying out here. As Matamba Man TP'd over, they're going to use the Omni Slash. Matamba Man's actually a little bit low. He does. Oh, he actually gets him. Nico baby is now going to try and chase down Zai as well. If they hold down this bottom lane, this could be fantastic. But look at Zai. He's not going to let Nico baby get back to base. Nisha, he's tearing apart these buildings. Zai, he's going to tank it all. He says, go team, go. Get the Megas. Flicker, Swiss Slash over Manta. And eventually Nico baby gets the double kill. But the damage has been done. Megas has been achieved for Secret.
He's got the goal for the rapier. They got 1,600 for killing Zai. So, all right, let's see if he can make some real miracles happen now.
Okay, Nico baby. Hey, the door shuts.
With him.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Door shuts and the window opens. Nico baby's got a different kind of opportunity now. The Megas may be up with a Divine Rapier in his hand with no buyback on Zai. Alliance can't just go for the win here, or something close to it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, just it really is a straight down mid. If once the Megas hit your base versus Lone Druid and stuff, you know it's gonna happen. They're gonna be able to split push you. So
Antis protecting him. They are gonna stop him from being able to jump away. Pots will refresh him, but he's silenced up right now. They're gonna make sure he goes down, and he's not gonna be able to storm Crafter into the egg. But the egg is gonna get burst down so quickly. It quickly falls. Hanskin, he almost gets taken apart, but the snowball over onto Puppy. Lotus Orb is gonna bounce it right back. He's gonna be chasing after Puppy, and if anything, Hanskin might be in trouble here. But Nico baby, he's going for Nisha right now. Nisha turns around. He pops the E-Blade. He turns into a tiny as well just to try and keep this Juggernaut away from him. His damage is immense. He is something to be feared right now.
But the creeps are all gone.
The creeps are gone. Oh no.
There's a DD. There's Roche is gonna spawn right away though. Actually, it's an instant spawn.
Oh my goodness.
This is the blessing for Alliance, so they're going to be able to actually...
Gaben says you get one more shot, Alliance. You get one more shot.
They're waiting. They have to scan. They're a little scared of Zai still. Careful so he doesn't get any type of steal. But they have to commit. Like, this is your only win condition, your only win window.
They're actually... Okay, I mean, a buyback has been used. They're going to go for the call, but they didn't actually do the road shot. They were waiting and waiting and waiting, and they take down Zai. As a result, he doesn't have a buyback. They're going to get Aegis, an Aghanim Scepter, a cheese. Nico baby, he is flush right now. He is fully guards, and he's ready to go. They're ready to run at the base. They just got to get outside of their own base. That's the problem.
He actually, so he takes the blessing. So now his own Aghanims, he can just sell it, I guess. Or
yeah.
I don't know what he's going to do with it. It doesn't matter. But, oh my God. They actually might have a window here with this rapier. They've swung it completely. He's queuing up the second rapier, too.
The backup rapier. Okay. I mean, you sell that Aghanim Scepter, you could go ahead and maybe almost sell those boots or put it back into your backpack, buy the second Divine Rapier. I mean, flat out damage when you've got the Swiss Slap and the Aghanim Scepter. We see that again. Nico baby wasn't hitting Roshan. He was baiting Zai into jumping into the pit.
I mean, I love it. Like Zai honestly purchasing the Octarine may have been a bit of a blunder if they do end up dropping this game somehow, because those back-to-back deaths, they're costing.
30 seconds. They've got to stall for 30 seconds for Zai to be able to come back up. The Sunray's burning. Oh, Hanskin. He's taking way too much damage, and now he's going to be heading deep inside the base. Nico baby tries to help him out where he can, but Hanskin's dead, and he has no buyback. A 4 versus 4 is going to turn into a 4 versus 5, and Alliance is looking like they have to retreat now. Nisha poking at him, but a Soulbind is going to go on to him and the Bear. The Lotus Orb is protecting against the Swiss Slash. He's going to be able to break the Soulbind, but Nico baby is making his way into the back line there. But now Nisha is dishing out the damage. He's stuck inside the Supernova. He's dead. 1 life down. Puts the Aghanim Scepter into his backpack. He needs every bit of help he can get because the Sunrise there. He's been feared up. He may be called as well. Zai's going to make sure he doesn't go anywhere to jump over the Swiss Slash, but he's dead. Calling Blade. Divine Rapier on the ground. Secret. They hold out against Alliance, and that is pretty much it. They may have buybacks, but they don't have Divine Rapiers. Secret. There was a moment there. There was a possibility.
Team Secret.
But they hold true.
Victory.
And we're still seeing, like, honestly, the perseverance from Alliance, even in this game when it just starts going absolutely crazy, they still end up taking some decent fights for themselves. And Secret, the greed does pay off, though.
5 seconds remaining. Team Secret's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Alliances turn to ban. Secrets turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. Alliances turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Team Secret's turn to pick.
You're watching DreamLeague Season 15 powered by Intel, and this is the start of the third and deciding game between Alliance and Team Secret. It should be a nail-biter. It should be a close one based on the results before this, and it is very important to note that for this third game, Team Secret has chosen first pick T.
And the importance of that is simply the teams that are second pick are currently in this kind of mini meta of the series is banning out Puck and Beastmaster. Beastmaster we know is very broken. Puck is kind of the question mark. That opens up the team that isn't to ban out like the most strong heroes on their opponent. So as you see here, Alliance, they have to ban Beast Puck because of the mini meta. Secret, they ban out Timbersaw. They adapt their draft a little bit. They respect the Grimstroke from game 2. Instantly taking away the Centaur. Now Alliance, they can't get any of the beefy boys, and they need to find out what is our plan to enter the game when we can't get our best heroes. Whew. I do love the fact that coin flip can decide quite a lot going into the decisive game.
Do you though? I mean, I kind of think that is a bad thing at the moment.
Sarcastic, that.
Oh, you got to clarify, because you know the British accent. We kind of are used to it by now.
I love the coin toss on third. No, sorry, I can't. I'm trying.
Please, you did a little like bend and snap.
Yeah, but that's why I did it.
I never want to see that again.
Only you see it, Carl. They don't. That's why I did it.
Look at that.
Hope for the
so far, every third game that Alliance has played in this league, they have gotten limp on the DK, and he crushed it, and they won the games. This time around, they have another DK. They actually first phase pick it, which is surprising.
But this is because of S4. He plays it off lane, and then Limp plays it on mid as well. So it's very much a flex DK from Alliance.
Secret also banned DK in the final ban.
They do.
And I think they would have pushed it up this game because they've, I think, recognized the importance of this, scaling stun hero that provides team fight and tower damage.
Yeah.
And DK is really the only replacement to the Centaur Timber style. Lina as a 4 position, I think, is apt. This is just super strong right now. Easy follow-up. A lot of burst damage. I do wonder if we'll see a patch just tweaking Vanguard, Timber, Beastmaster. It really feels like a great patch. Just some heroes are just too good.
The patch is really good at the moment. I like the fact that we get to like 30 minutes and it feels like we've seen pretty much every type of aspect of Dota. It is just the minor things that aren't too enjoyable. It's the idea of Vanguard, the idea of Solar Crest, but everything with balance, right?
The idea of Beastmaster.
Yeah, you nerf one thing and then suddenly something else is going to rise up. So I think, if we had to pick our battles, Beastmaster and Solar Crest are the 2 that I'd like to pick. Everything else
thing is, what's right below that, I think, is like Sanj Kaya heroes. Status resistant spell amp. Like, it's only a matter of time for the Leshrac Necrophos meta begins.
Oh, I'm ready.
Picking green heroes, and we all go back to 2016. But Snapfire, once again, for Secret, pretty good synergy with whatever it is they want to place in the safe lane. Thought Puppy played it pretty well. He was blowing kisses all over that game, and a lot of damage dealt.
Alliances turn to ban.
Alliance is now this second phase ban feels like the easiest for them probably the entire series, because they see a melee off lane and they're like, okay, what does Yapsor play ranged? It's going to be a Rubik, maybe a Willow.
But especially when you pick Lina, I think Rubik with Lina spells. Like, you buff Lina spells, you buff Rubik significantly, and then instant cast with post-patch increased radius on Lina stun. It's nigh unmissable.
And with Lina already on the side of Alliance, you do not want to pick a Phoenix into that, right? Because she is already an egg killer.
It's another reason I think that pick, this open, makes a lot of sense from the Alliance side. They've had success all season in these decisive game threes, just sticking to what's been working. And this is that. You know, you as you say, you answer the Phoenix, limps on comfort. You have the ability to team fight and skirmish. And now you just respond, whatever Secret does.
Down at the Morphling, that game, like Morphling wasn't really doing anything up until the point where Alliance's draft wasn't able to continue fighting. And it's like, oh wait, he's now found some farm. All right, now the Morphling shut up. It wasn't like the previous time Nisha played it where he had like 1,000 damage per minute. Again, you have to respect it. Alliance clearly showing that they want to play a high pace game, therefore removing the simplicity of the duo core. Morphling is one of the better ones to run in.
Yeah. Clockwork looks all right for them. I'm not a huge fan of it against Snapfire, I suppose.
No, I don't. No.
Alliance have first pick out of this phase. Depends on what direction they want to go. Probably just an FNG hero. Witch Doctor, perhaps? What we've seen in the past?
I wouldn't mind. I want some presence in fight. Even like an Undying to at least apply some pressure in center and laning phase.
Into Snapfire? I don't think so.
Well, I mean, you can position the Tombstone a lot better. Like, that's the whole argument of, like, Nyx when he used to have the whole break situation. Like, he has to connect on it. Snapfire needs to be in the position. I think it's so black and white.
You could Nyx. They've picked that a couple times, but that's typically for Hanskin.
Yeah.
And in addition,
then you have
playing it into Centaur.
Yeah. And also, it'd mean that Lina would just be mid DKs now you're off lane. So you'd have, like, a really janky kind of DK.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, we'll see. Anyway, with Alliance's next ban, might be an indicator of what type of 5 they want.
Yeah, they're taking their time because they know it's a deciding.
Shadow Demon?
Shadow Demon coming out. I mean, we have seen also Hanskin is the one
mid,
playing that.
I wouldn't mind that if it was Lina mid.
5 as well.
Sure. I'm sure FNG plays it.
Yeah.
Into Central, though, you do have a really hard time. And that's what kind of where you sacrifice the lane, where the carry needs to be able to push out the lane quick enough.
You want a little bit of a rundown of what FNG's played
Hit me.
so far?
Hit us.
That's not banned out. We got Lich, Elder Titan. You already mentioned the Undying, and that is it. The rest is either banned or picked.
With the Tusk ban, I'm starting to think it's another ranged hero. You want to limit Yapzor's ability to roam with reach. So, Witch Doctor makes the most sense, in my view, just because it's strongest laner available. FNG Disruptor could come back. Haven't seen him on that too often, but quite nice.
5 seconds.
Yeah, but this most likely will be the 5 pick from Alliance, unless they are trying to do some bamboozling flex and they just see a carry that they want straight away. But yeah, most likely will just be the 5. Nika Baby is doing a lot of talking right now. Either for his hero, what he wants to lane with.
S4 doing his best Greg Maddox impression. He'll hide the signs.
Okay, they just go for the carry.
Wow.
All right. This actually could just be a block pick in the scenario because maybe Secret, Snapfire plus the Void, that could have been pretty potent.
It's again, this is why Alliance has succeeded this year. Great pick from Secret. This is the go-to Void counter from back in the day.
And
Heal the Chrono.
Deals with DK as well with the whole idea of Arctic Burn, the wave clear. Yeah, I don't mind that at all. So it's going to be most likely a position 4 Wyvern, 5 Snapfire. Yeah, not opposed to that.
But Alliance, I think, this time are almost guaranteed to, if not have better late game, at least have the ability to win with Morph Band and a Void already selected.
Yeah. The weakness of this is these aren't supports that are going to wrap onto mid and quickly apply pressure. So Alliance, if they are going to put it as like Lina +1 off lane, this 5 position, if he's a kill threat on the map, he can pressure that lane, secure it for Void, then suddenly run to mid. Yeah, this is hype. Yeah, this is nice from Alliance. So much damage coming out, and when they play around that Chrono, whoever they jump, even if there's a Cold Embrace save, they're going to have to deal with the big damage from
this combo has been so good for so long. A lot of old school squads, Wings, Newbie, the original DC, the ET Void, it is late game. Like, you actually can't win the game at a certain point because of the minus armor plus the massive team fight winner that is the Chronosphere. You have Earth Splitter as well. That's just that little bit quicker.
which is interesting then because like they're banning out Morphling in the second phase, but they still have Lina and ET in their draft. So they are showing so much respect right now to Nisha and what that type of pick for them can provide.
Cool.
And then so you can go for the Sven.
Yep, the old school ET counter, the war cry.
So right now, I'd love to see the Wyvern go into the Sven lane and Snap5 play with Centaur, just so that when Sven wants to go to jungle, Wyvern can just stay in that lane, and then you have kill threat, because if you put Wyvern Centaur, not the maximum amount of pressure on the lane, but Snap5 brings that out of Centaur, and Wyvern brings stuff out of Sven.
Keep in mind as well, it could be an S4 Elder Titan. Not necessarily FFG 0.
There's flexibility through the roof right now with Alliance's picks. Like DK, ET, and Lina all up in the air. Like, Lina could actually play mid 4-5, DK could go offlane mid, and ET can go 5 to offlane. So yeah, there is a lot of flexibility here. Yep. And they have the ultimate last pick in the draft.
I think ET Lina would be like the reason we don't see Wyvern too often is because you're pretty garbage in the laning phase.
Yeah, you do like around 40 damage. You don't really move that quick. You don't really have good. Yeah,
it's harder to pull. You're super slow.
You only fly sometimes. Like you're not that great.
I just Lina ET just screams we're dumpstering you. Like,
Secret though.
Sven is their win condition on the side of Team Secret. If you shut him down, suddenly Alliance's draft looks real spooky. They have a lot of natural ways of pressing towers. The Sven needs ancient stacks to get online.
I love this ban from Secret, the Mars, another hero that if they are playing into this type of lineup, just another containment hero. You have Chrono, then you have Arena as well. I'd love them to ban out Kunkka if you're Alliance. I feel like it's a bit too easy to pick this hero with confidence and just mitigate all this early pressure.
Concern then would be Secret. It's a very kind of clunky lineup.
The main reason
on ultimate
is because Alliance doesn't have a clean way to flood the map and pressure you. Outside of DK ultimate, there isn't that early damage. It's kind of just like poke and prod. So heroes that have a bit more kind of innate tankiness naturally will thrive in these types of games. But Alliance does have last pick, so they can maybe play around that and pick a high tempo hero.
I hope it's an S4 ET though, especially with Mars Tide banned. It's just what's left in the pool.
Yeah, but that would mean that they would save the support for last pick.
Yeah, but it's just a flex.
I guess so.
They have like 2 limp heroes right now for mid.
That's true.
This is 100% like when they get to last pick, they'll be looking at limp going, yo, Chief, what do you want to play? And he's like, nah, give me the DK. And it's all right, cool. We'll unpack the draft for you to get to this.
And you can see the read, like even with Void DK, they're still banning Storm. Because there just aren't many tools that change the state of this game for Secret. Like, so for Kunkka, it's not a bad pick, but it still feels like you're on a huge clock and you just have to outplay Alliance to win the game. Who, again, that's why I feel you just go for a pretty standard 5.
Ooh, okay. Nice.
Is it nice? That's good.
Yeah, I like it for the idea of you now have this, in the words of Kyle, this mixed damage. You've got the Sven, big physical, Leshrac, big magical. It's hard to itemize to deal with both at that like 20-15 minute timing. It does give Secret a way to collapse the map. You waste Chrono, you now have Leshrac pressure. But for Alliance,
Nyx maybe. You could Pugna.
I'd like to see the Lina go mid into Lesh, have a decent, ranged battle, and then pick up a really strong 4 to play with this DK, and then you put the ET5.
It's an insane Pugna game. You force BKB on Leshrac, you have Decrep for the Sven damage and the Wyvern ult.
They got 3 seconds left.
Now go for the Underlord.
Right.
Okay.
They have such a tanky draft.
Right?
Yeah, it is. So the Leshrac, that's the perfect pick because they needed something that just spews damage and also provides the tower threat that they were lacking, buys space from a Tumbaman on Sven to get into the game. I'm not sure. I don't know how I feel about the Underlord.
Every time that we've spoke about like Alliance, when they're in the high pace drafts without like the tanky offlane, we doubt their ability to win early and survive to late. But when they have the win condition and that scaling point, they often do pretty well. So they do have ways to reset the fight and win condition. So I favor Alliance for just that and how they played the game. I prefer Secret's draft for the pace and the fun of it.
Yeah, Underlord Void's always been great because you have a great team fight, you have the escape, and it's also a lot of added damage into the Chrono. You can get that 1 kill and keep rolling. It really, to me, comes down to Nisha on the Leshrac. It feels like the old Quap in the sense that his plus-minus on deaths is 2.5. Like, you have a 1 death Lesh game, get a fast Bloodstone, fast Sanj Kaya, you might just take over, but you have to dominate. Limp on DK is going to have a tough challenge.
Limp on DK is a tough challenge?
Yeah.
When has he ever had a tough challenge? When he's playing DK, Kyle?
Sure.
He crushes it every time. Every third game of the series so far. This will be the 4th in a row. Will they also get the 4th victory in a row? We're going to find out together with Cap and Fog.
Some of the beauty in drafting in Dota is that sometimes you can actually see certain drafts coming. And you can plan for it, but it doesn't necessarily mean you can beat it. And it seems like the Alliance Dragonite is just one of those things, Fog.
Yeah, it's tried, it's tested, it's worked. So why not keep doing it? Limp's so comfortable on it, and they've got this Nico Baby Void. Nice, well-rounded draft that can scale infinitely into that greater stages of the game, into later stages. Secret's actually drafted something I think I'd never see for Secret. Almost everyone has a stun. Usually it's like they actually have like maybe one stun or something, or like just a couple stuff. Almost everyone actually has a form of disable. It's very rare to see Secret go for this type of draft.
Secret is starting off with a 5-man smoke around.
Damn right, with like 4/5 stuns. Anybody can find will absolutely die. Alliance don't have the level 1 team fight with Void and DK. Two kind of empty heroes at level 1.
Look at the drawing. FNG's saying, okay, make sure we cut all the way back around because you don't want to be running through the jungle. The Secret might be there. Nico, baby. He's not going to get caught here, Secret. Are you going to use that early smoke and not get anything for their efforts?
Yeah. Nisha checks if there's a ward in mid. Ooh, okay. So he checks to see if the ward's in mid. It wasn't placed just yet. And then it gets placed immediately after. Oh, nice little brain there from Limp. This little waiting.
They do get the... yeah, that's... You a fan of that?
To secure Ruin, is it worth it?
Yeah, it might be.
I don't... It might be. I'm not sure. Maybe. Decent amount of... Yeah,
It's hard because I played this matchup, the Snapfire versus Lina, and it does feel good when you have Little Shredder. You can actually fight the Lina, but if you don't have Little Shredder, then she just outranges you, then she's hitting you with LSA, right-clicking you even more. So, I don't know. We'll see. They actually early Cookie stun, and then they followed up with a Stormhammer. Hanskin is going to be chased away. He has a healing salve, but... that was a weird bit of aggression at the very start. Meanwhile, 2-man stomp. That's a nice way.
That's one way to make the Cookie work out. If your Sven comes over and constantly throwing the stun to like get that harassment going, maybe they can win some regen fight. Because Lina overall is just he's just a much stronger laner. This hero's phenomenal, all the buffs she's gotten. Matu might suffer a little bit down here.
FNG's getting in there. Nico, baby, helping him out, and he just punches down Yapzor. The panel was talking about one of the downsides of Winter Wyvern is your poor laning phase, and we're seeing it in action here.
Yeah, you kind of don't do anything. You really don't. And ET is one of the better laners, period. As FNG... Oh, you see this pull? FNG? Okay, that was actual... Sorry, I pulled attention from something else that was happening, but FNG gets a pull that way. Yeah, he pulls the tree. And he pulls the range creep one through it like that. That's actually huge because he gets the half pull too. So that's going to put this Void's lane in a great position, and he's just going to be able to continue zoning Yapzor out. Spirit's coming back. Yapzor, the damage. Careful.
Yapzor. He's going to use his flight abilities in the best way possible, playing around those trees, so he gets a couple extra shots on the Elder Titan. But whenever that's down, he doesn't really have an answer to the ET whatsoever.
Yeah, that's very long cooldown. That's why we'll see these poor Wyverns.
Oh, double stun again. Little Shredders tearing apart Hanskin. They need a couple more hits in. Hanskin goes into the trees, but it's not good enough. The Fairy Fire will not save him. The kill score evened up.
Nice. I mean, nice that they're able to get the kill on the Lina. That's kind of unexpected with the Underlord lane. But they do end up persisting, and they do have cleave as well.
You see that? You have to in Cold Embrace. He's like, all right.
I actually was about to say, I think this is the build now.
Yeah.
I think you actually get Cold Embrace in the lane now, because you feel so underwhelming if you don't. You just, your presence is super weak. You're just literally like a walking splinter best. I've been seeing more people doing this lately. I was talking with, I heard AUI talking about it too, and I was talking with him about it. He likes it. So,
did Cold Embrace hasn't been nerfed or buffed lately or anything like that? Did it? No. It didn't always have a base heal, right? Was that a while ago that it was all percentage?
Oh, it was quite some time ago. I can actually check when it was exactly really quickly.
Okay, I've been pulling up a lot of old Dota stuff today. As I said, healing salves aren't dispellable. Goes all the way back to like the early 7.0 patches.
Yeah.
Tsunami messaged me that one. I was like, oh my god, I'm so old.
Yeah, there hasn't. No, it hasn't. It's been like that for quite some time. So.
Okay.
It was like 7.2 or something, 7.24 or something. It got changed. So yeah, I've been seeing more of this, especially with tanky offlaners. You can't zone them ever. Sure, you're not killing the enemy carry, but as a Wyvern, when are you actually ever looking to kill? Right?
Yeah.
So
okay.
The idea of it is actually pretty interesting.
Nice use of the horns. The hammer there, Storm Hammer, to catch the range creep.
Were you about to say Hormstammer?
Yeah, I was.
Did you switch him up a little?
You know, I'm all over the place right now. Yeah, so once again, I mean, this is the best example of Cold Embrace being effective in lane, right? Because it's against a support that has a very clear timing that he wants to right-click you. FNG, nice play.
Nico Baby?
Ooh, Nico Baby barely gets out in time. His support was missing. He rotated over and took away the water rune away from Nisha.
Yeah, nice move. FNG definitely doing good stuff up here. He has Tranquil Boots so early too on this 5 position ET, so allows him to move around to check runes like that. Very nice. But Zai is going to have a very early Vanguard. So he's going to, his impact top, I think he's going to be able to just stay up there by himself versus the Void and ET, and then it's going to open up the map a bit for YapzOr to move around.
Yeah, and Winter Wyvern is actually not the worst hero at kind of ganking. It can definitely work for you. S4, he's going to keep chasing. He's got boots. Puppy's definitely dead. He doesn't even need a second Firestorm.
Yeah, I think versus a lot of heroes, Wyvern can be kind of underwhelming to gank, but looking at the 2 other lanes that he can go to, DK and Underlord, that's exactly what you want to play versus those high HP cores. So he could definitely look for some rotations. Mid, I actually I didn't know if this matchup, how it was going to go, but Limp is doing excellent in it. He was actually winning pretty hard until those last few from last track. And Nisha actually has to go back to base because his runes are all taken away, and the water rune, as you mentioned from top, was stolen.
So he's going to go back, get a rain drop, and
Limp's got 6, so he might maybe pop the ulti and hit the tower once or twice, perhaps.
Yeah. In which course, maybe we need YapzOr to be able to rotate just to be able to prevent the DK from harassing away at that tower. Top lane, Zai is going to be challenged once again. He's just going to go for a TP out. Nico Baby hopes for the bash. Doesn't quite get it. Bottom lane, they're going for the hot skin kill, but he managed. Oh, the last shot from Puppy. Barely gets the last hit. Meanwhile, there is the rotation from YapzOr, and it does kill the mid DK. Limp does die.
And it was actually before Nisha even hit 6. I was wondering if the move was going to work because he didn't have Pulse Nova yet, but even with just level 1 Edict, a little percent base damage from YapzOr, it works, and now Nisha gets a haste. So now he can look to make more aggressive moves, actually, as this Leshrac and his catapults hitting the tower and bottom, they get the kill on S4.
Yeah, I mean, this lane, this Snapfire plus Sven lane is working out really nicely for them. The physical damage amplified by a little Shredder, the little bit of a hop on the cookie helps this Sven just output so much more damage. There's a rotation coming in from Nisha, picking up a haste rune. FNG, he's certainly dead, and Nico Baby hides away into the trees. Now, he's still going to stay here, but I don't think Nisha is going away until this tower's dead. We'll see.
It is only the level 1 Edict, though. He did put 2 points in stun and 2 points in lightning just for lane, so it will make that tower die quite a lot slower.
Oh, yeah, they've got this combo. The Axe or Centaur plus Cold Embrace. You know, you can farm stacks, you can hit, towers and stuff, and feel really good. FNG? Ooh.
I guess he's giving his life to try to pull the wave off?
I guess so, and he's actually using the movement speed effectively. Whoa, okay. Man, that was ballsy.
He successfully defended the tower. Look at this creep wave. He pulls it. I cannot believe he's alive. What the?
That was insane.
Tranquil Boot Windlace, the speed. He had plus 176, so he hit at least every single creep and every single hero with his spirit.
Yeah, and it's not like
Nico Baby. He's got this huge creep wave to farm.
Yeah, it's not like Nisha could stay up there because otherwise he'd lose his mid tower to the Dragonite. So he kind of had to go back. That was the window. Now he's got to go back and defend. And as you said, Nico Baby has that full wave to defend. That was sick.
That was like 300 IQ right there by FNG. I thought for sure he was dead, but nope. He survives and does the big play. Great stuff. And up bottom, Matu also getting pressured.
Big kill if they can get it stuck inside, but the cookie will get him out. He does have a healing salve that's going to be gifted over into him. You see him drop the bracer for just that added bit of efficiency.
I love efficiency. Zai?
Name of the game for Dota anyway. With a double damage, FNG, he hits decently hard and he can kind of get through that Vanguard. But of course, Zai does have his Stampede ready to go.
Yeah, I think that ward caught vision of YapzOr for a second, so they know they can't make any aggressive move when the Cold Embrace is available. How's our levels looking? YapzOr is very high level, actually. From that rotation on mid, he's near 6 already on Wyvern.
Oh, yeah. It always feels good when a support can get level 6 before 10, so you don't have to have that awkward conversation about whose ultimate is more important, who needs the tome.
Yeah, you don't want to have that conversation with Puppey either.
No, YapzOr, you will give me the tome.
Radiant's middle
You will buy it for me, too. And Puppey's actually a very high level with all the kills they're getting bottom lane, too. In fact, he's been...
And now they're moving the Sven. So he just gets to chill down there alone and just get level 6 kind of for free, maybe off the next creep wave. Next 2 creeps, he will have it.
Do you ever think of this situation? Okay, both supports have their level 6. Do you want to give it to a core? Do you want to give it to, like, Nisha? See if you can get level 9, 10 a little bit faster?
Disgusting. Don't you ever say that again. Don't you ever. Those tomes are made for the supports.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, if any hero wants all of his abilities maxed out, it's got to be Leshrac, right, Fucked?
I guess it is possible. It is definitely a possibility because they do have these two such independent heroes and you just go jungle and so, I mean, maybe.
Nico, baby, still sticking close to this top lane. Is farming around, does have Chronosphere, but they just can't really fight through the Centaur. He's just, like, trying to kill the lane when he can, because otherwise he doesn't have a ton of places to be able to farm, especially with all the towers still being up. FNG going to be run down by another haste rune. He's like, all right, this is getting a little old now. Oh, the stun actually misses there, so FNG survives. Meanwhile, bottom lane, they pop the Sven ultimate there to be able to get the kill on an S4. Still trying to run down with a Stampede. Matuma might just be able to catch up. No, Hanskin's too fast thanks to the Fiery Soul.
Cap, I think Zai's going to be a big problem for them. I'm seeing some kind of big damage issues coming out from Alliance versus the Centaur. With Vanguard Hood and with YapzOr always behind him, I don't really know how they're going to be bringing him down unless they actually just all in everything when they have Splitter.
Oh, here it comes. They don't have Laguna Blade just yet on Hanskin, and they do have Cold Embrace as well. The Underlord's going to be here, though, and Zai, he's going to be in a sticky situation. The tower is definitely going to die. Zai hits the stomp before the pit can grab him. It's still out there, though, and Zai still likely to die unless the Winter's Curse. A cookie hop up the cliff, but Hanskin, he managed to get it from the low ground. Now the Chronosphere is going to be used. They managed to catch Nisha. A big kill. Dragon Knight stuck inside the Chronosphere, but it doesn't matter. They didn't need his damage anyway.
Huge move. They literally bring all 5 heroes to stop this Centaur pressure. The Firestorm absolutely needed. They needed that percent base damage to bring him down. And they do get the second kill onto Nisha. Pretty huge. Slowing down Leshrac early game is always amazing. If you can stop this hero from building up that early lead, can sometimes feel quite frail on Lesh.
S4 charges back down to bottom lane. After that successful team fight, you could see Alliance putting a lot of priority and pushing out their side lanes as much as possible because they know, okay, now there's no Chronosphere, so the threat isn't the same anymore. S4, Nisha missing another stun here. The pit's going to go down, and S4's actually going to turn around and start laying some damage out. The Cookie's going to be able to go out. The Laguna Blade is not enough to kill Nisha by itself, all because a stun from Puppey stopped S4 from getting that swing in an early Blink Dagger. Will manage to get the kill on Matuma, man. The shots are going to be raining in. Mortimer's kisses. S4, a shot right on the mark. Bullseye for Puppey.
Damn, I was about to say, he actually survives like that.
Yeah, would have been crazy.
FNG, I mean, he's so farmed on this 5 Elder Titan. He's got his medallion already finished up, so they're going to have some extra elements quite early on in this game. And the Void overall in the game too, just because of little moves, like honestly, because of FNG pulling the creep aggro off the top tower. Look at his farm. He's actually ahead of Sven and Leshrac, which is not what you would expect after the start that Secret did have in the lanes.
Yeah. I think it's always nice because of how important Solar Crest is right now. If your 3 or 4 position isn't going to get it, you kind of need your 5 to have a good game because it's just such a value item. Lena wants an Aether Lens, and Underlord's got a plethora of items he wants to go, not a Solar Crest. So it's really good for them that FNG has this farm.
Yeah, and Yapster just missed an Ancient stack.
Oh.
They actually don't have any stacks here for the Sven. That is quite problematic for Matu. He doesn't have anywhere to amplify himself, and Void usually does not have the same net worth as a Sven. That's usually why you pick the Sven into this, because Sven just way over farms him, but that is not happening, and it's going to be a very slow start for Matu after what looked like a good start in the lane.
Yeah, maybe we can get a look at how many camps were stacked in total by Secret, because it does feel like very small amount.
Yapster missed like 1 or 2 that I saw, so that was painful. They do have the heals on Nisha.
Chain stun, that's enough. Nico baby. They showed so many heroes bottom lane that Secret were eager to make a move anywhere else, and they make a move both mid and top. Kill the 5 and 1.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Meanwhile, Limp takes bottom with Hanskin, and he showed the Blink Dagger earlier. He's also level 11. These two can still look to make these great aggressive plays. Maybe they can actually smoke soon. They do have a Laguna available. Nisha still being quite fragile, as we pointed out. 1,000 HP. So he still can get popped pretty much from any of the spell combinations from the side of Alliance. But they're swinging down right away. They want to stop this pressure from the Lina.
She's going to throw out another Dragon Slave. And okay, good call by Hanskin, man. I really thought he was like, all right, he's going to throw another round of nukes and he's going to regret it. But thanks to that ward on the high ground, he doesn't take that bait. And he'll join the rest of his team for a smoke, it looks like.
They've got Chrono back up. They have Splitter online too. Level 3 Stomp, so he can set up the Splitter even if the Chrono doesn't catch all the heroes too. DK farm's still down, but yeah, with Blink, they've got easy ways to invade, and they can just watch. There's still no Ancient stacks. Matu's probably going to try to stack one himself here. If they're swinging, they have Ward Vision. Scan does catch them, though. But that does mean that Matu is forced away from Ancients, another situation where he doesn't get a stack, and Nico Baby's going to take him away. Might not lead into a kill, but it's a good aggressive move where they also get, I believe, a secondary deep ward. So they have the high ground one that probably gets dewarded soon, but then they have this one behind the tier 1 mid that FNG was able to place.
Yeah, I mean, between the wards being placed, the opportunity that may come of that, and then on top of that, just straight up, like, farming this hard camp and that Ancient, that's like 250 gold by itself. So you give that to yourself and take it away from Secret, then, you know, that's almost worth the cost of a smoke right there. We still have Cam stacked, as you were mentioning, Secret not getting that many. Only 1 apiece on 3 heroes.
They are able to get the tower bottoms. So Zai, he does finish that one off, and he will be very close to Blink. He still is so top of that net worth, still a absolute beast. But yes, this Sven is just quite far behind. I think is that his Echo Saber done now? Yeah, he does have it done. But not as behind as I felt that he was.
Yeah, about a 500 net worth difference between him and the Faceless Void. But if he dies here, the Mortimer's Kiss is going to be raining some shots in. The Cold Embrace is going to help protect Matamba Man, but he's going to be hit by an LSA. Laguna Blade, that's not quite enough by itself. They need a little bit more. S4 was looking for it, but he couldn't quite get close enough. Now Matamba Man turns around, keeps S4's chain stun a little bit longer. Fortunately, S4 is tanky. He's got the Dark Rift. He's being run down. The Stomp gives him the space. Nisha could have run him down, but because of FNG, S4 will get away safely.
So close. My God, Matu living just barely because of the heals from that Cold Embrace.
Yeah, it feels even worse when it's not like the carry even has to go back to base. Between the Cold Embrace and the Mask of Madness heals, he's just going to keep farming. He's not slowed down one bit. Unless maybe he should have gone back. Nico maybe going for the solo kill. The Cold Embrace is coming. Oh, the bash killed him.
The bash damage.
The bash magic damage ends up killing him. Nico baby, they're going to try and burst him down. They get the stomp. It's barely in range, but they get him still. Zai, he gets the stomp in to get revenge, but still a massive kill for Nico baby, no doubt.
It's a solo kill. Look how much he actually gets for it. Like the 531 gold, but also the experience he gets is absurd. He gets like over a full level for it. Yapster did all he could. Cold Embrace cast range further than that of Winter's Curse, so he tried. Just the bash came out.
Yeah.
Now they know there's vision in the area though, because he jumped up very confidently just right into that Sven, but well worth it for Nico baby.
Man, I can't believe Winter's Curse is less range than Cold Embrace now.
Yeah. They ruined Winter's Curse. I don't know. That spell feels really tough to use in a lot of... You can't use it as a setup anymore, which really hurts the hero, I feel. Like, a lot of times you can just curse and you tell, like, 2 people TP in at the time. You can't do that anymore. It's Matu again up top.
Is he gonna die here? The stomp. They need some help, Zai. Oh, nice blink from Limp and a good retreat as a whole from Alliance. They realized they didn't have the damage to kill Matumba Man, and very likely reinforcements were on their way and still chasing after Limp, but he's got the movement speed to stay ahead of them.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
His DK form is still active, so Alliance probably looking to still try something up here, at least stall out as long as possible. Nico Baby doesn't have Chrono though, so it's just going to be mostly stalling and catching if someone's too far overextended. It's Zai.
Stampede, but he's stuck. He just can't get anywhere. No, it's not Stampede, but he's just kind of like stuck inside the pit, and then the stun off of the Dragon Knight. Yeah, there was too much there.
And the Firestorm and the Earth Splitter, they're the difference makers. You know, that super tanky Centaur, these percent-based nukes are actually going to make him killable. I thought he'd be much more invulnerable, but yeah, percent damage working out excellent versus Zai. Especially when you can keep him in it the whole time.
Oh, hey, look.
And they're swinging over, still chasing, and they scout out an Ancient stack.
Yeah, another Ancient stack.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They're hoping that Matumba Man would, do a lazy kind of, all right, I'll circle my way back into the triangle, but he doesn't. So Alliance will still instead just take that Ancient stack for themselves.
And now with that kill top, and with Chrono used bottom earlier, Chrono's back up.
Oh, they're going to pincer him.
They're
going to sandwich these guys. S4, he's going to need to Dark Rift out of here, but it may not be enough as they're just going to, he's very, very dead. Maybe with the Stampede, they can catch more. Zai turns around. Nice hit by Hanskin. A two-man LSA stun that will make sure that the Zai Centaur can't catch up with them.
Love seeing the bloodlust from both sides, really. Just both playing around their cooldowns very nicely. Nico Baby, as we said, he still has Chrono when he does look to go up. And interesting to point out, too, if you see his skill build, he actually put the 1 point Chrono. So.
Oh, okay. So he's just focused more so on, he's just focused on farming, just every once in a while he'll Chronosphere when he has to, but better just play for that late game and farm as efficiently as possible.
Still trying to keep spamming up this top lane. The two spammers, S4 and Hanskin. I think Zai has to give a little more respect to the percent damage, especially with the Roots and the 8 toes coming in. Nisha.
Winter's Curse. That's not going to be enough to bail him out. He's hit by the ET Stomp. Once again, Secret.
They're not giving respect to the control. I feel like this pit and these chain stuns coming up from Alliance. I feel like Secret's just either underestimated or just not giving respect at all to Alliance when they're going for these pushes. They get the tower inevitably, but these are costly. They lose Zai once, they lose Nisha now the second time.
Do you think
anything big either? It's just like a splitter from the support.
Do you think that getting that tier 2 and unlocking the outpost, is that important in some way? Is it because they really want to do Roshan or something? Like, why are they so set on that objective and forcing it?
That actually is a good question. I mean, maybe they are looking to take down away soon when they do get these item timings for the Sven, and then they will inevitably go for the fight around Rosh, and it will block the TP access, but yeah, I'm not sure. That's interesting.
Well, it's certainly Secret can do Roshan. They've certainly got the physical damage and a bit of minus armor thanks to Snapfire to be able to do so. But
no Solar Crest though, and Puppey he's not even building toward it. So nobody gonna have that to amp up the Sven at all.
Oh, that's interesting. We started the cast talking about how big that item is right now.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought Puppey was gonna get it for sure after he got Glimmer, but he hasn't queued it or anything. Maybe he still will because it's so valuable. But Yapsor, he's prioritized Blink. He knows his positioning is going to be everything to counteract Alliance's jumps. So
look at this. Smoke for smoke, but Alliance found a double damage route. Both teams are looking for a fight right now. This DD could be the difference maker here. Or it could be the difference that they don't have all 5 here in time. Puppey is going to be spotted. Glimmer Cape, he gets away. The Dragon Tail stun didn't actually connect.
They're still looking, though. Nico Baby has S and Y Maelstrom DD. Like, he's super ready to fight. Matu, he's not really the most ready. Without EKB, sure, he's got Blink, but if he gets jumped, he's still gonna just die if Yapsor's not there to bail him out.
They re-smoked in Secret. They're gonna find there's Yapsor. That's exactly who Alliance wanted first. They're gonna be able to bring down this big team fighting support. Tries to get out the cold embrace. That's not good enough. On the other side, though, Matumba Man takes down FNG. So The fight is going to be breaking apart here. So Matumba Man wants to get out of here, but he's just not going to. Limp, there's the pit, there's the LSA, and Nico Baby's here with the double damage as well. Great movement by Alliance and great recognizing that opportunity that was available. Doubling the smoke up just to make sure they find a fight.
I think they're really recognizing how much stronger they are. Like, Matu is so far behind in net worth. This is, like, your Sven, 1,000 gold. Even if he was even with the net worth on the Void, he's significantly behind on Sven because of that. So, yeah, seizing the opportunity with these double smokes, DD into Roche, too. They're going to get this one.
Man, what a sick DD.
But yeah, really. He's also just, he's so farmed on Nico Baby, really. It's quite crazy to point out. Like, this Maelstrom Master Madness SOI at this point in the game, it's usually not the point where your Void, who was in a tough lane, would be.
Yeah.
Massive.
All right, a good 1,000 net worth over the Sven now.
Radiant's top
As you said, the Sven is supposed to be the one farming faster, so this is like 2,000 net worth lead for Alliance. It's a lot bigger than that, especially with the Aegis. Secret continuing to always play on Alliance's side of the map. Like, even now, Nisha is poking away at this tier 2 tower. They're going to smoke back.
Middle tower is under attack.
Are they going to try and fight into the Aegis? I mean, Chronosphere's up.
Into the Aegis? They don't even have BKB on Matu yet. Like, Matu has to keep farming. This is a risky move if Secret does look to fight into this. They will just get annihilated by... This is a level 18 now, so now he does have max Chrono.
It's funny because, like, I'm not sure Alliance would expect them to fight just because Alliance is so strong, but they're not making any mistakes in positioning, at least not yet anyway. They're going to jump for the back line and go for Dragonite first, see if they can kill him. They do manage to do so, but S4 managed to get the pit onto 2 with the Lagoon Blade taking out Nisha. Winter's Curse onto the Face's Void, but it's not going to last for long. He's going to try and take down Puppy. He's going to get on top for a second there. Matumba Man, meanwhile, did kill the Lina. His damage with God Strength is what is going to make Alliance retreat. They still have the Chronosphere. They're going to go back into it. Time dilation first onto Matumba Man, threatening that Chronosphere, always threatening it bit by bit. The percentage-based damage is doing its job on a Matumba Man. Now they just need a little bit more of the Chronosphere. They got YapzOr to make sure they can put the damage on a Matumba Man. He didn't need to catch the Sven inside of that one. They managed to hit him with the hook stop, though. Maybe he'll lose his Aegis, or maybe he won't. He time locks the damage off. He starts putting it onto Zai. Zai, Cookie, maybe they can take it down. Aegis is gone, but it's going to be a one fight for Alliance's Zai. He can't get away from the Firestorm. FNG runs down YapzOr to a man. Alliance beat out Secret.
And that's without Limp. Limp died before getting BKB up, before getting a single spell out. They 100-0'd him with the chain stun, and they're still able to take the fight on Alliance. Nico Baby, I love the hesitation, just the patience, waiting for YapzOr to step in just a bit too far to get that Chronosphere. He kept threatening it, like you were saying, and he was able to find the perfect grab.
Like, Nisha almost looked like he wanted to just run into the triangle.
I can't believe how bloodthirsty they are being into this when they are this big of a deficit. Into a Void. Yeah. Into such heavy team fight.
A Void when he's got Aegis and he's got Chronosphere. Like, they just did not give a damn about the quote-unquote advantage. Maybe they should have. They lost that fight, and maybe they can catch FNG. Fortunately, a good stop, but he's going to be slowed down. Puppy. Dominating streak for Puppy, because he's just been getting kills thanks to Mortimer's kisses.
I still want to see... He's got Yule's queued up. I really want to see him build Solar Crest, I'll be honest with you, but... Because I do feel like Matu needs all the help he can get in this game, because he's so far behind, still no BKB just yet. He needs to be amped up a little more. So he's got Yule's, like we were saying, to be able to protect from the outside of these Chronos and stuff like that, but... We'll see if it ends up working out.
All right, well, Secret, this is the kind of aggression you do expect. Chronosphere down, so Secret want to get what they can on the map, maybe even take a fight potentially, but it's only going to last until Chronosphere is back up, I presume, but we'll see.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Yeah, we presume. But they might still battle anyway, even into Chronosphere. Who knows right now? Lions, they will take the tier 2 bottom themselves. Outposts are still claimed from Secret. So they are denying a bit of XP for the way of Alliance.
They managed to find a DD room at the top lane, and they had a bottle. So Matumba Man has that, so it may be a possibility here. It's Secret's chance to win some fights thanks to the rune opportunity, but we'll see.
He's got BKB and DD and level 18, so they might actually have a chance to be able to fight into this one with no Aegis up right now too. Yeah, they could. I think they could definitely look to go into this here.
What a big difference. Enchanted Quiver on one side, or with Destruction on the other. It's both items, very big pickups for either side.
Yeah, Matu also found himself a Tunic, so a little bit of evasion kicking in, movement speed so he doesn't get kited versus all these stuns and control. That'll be pretty big too. And Yapsor did find a headband, so further cast range for these cold embraces and curse, so he can sit further back now to protect. Because he's been getting caught even just by time dilation when he runs in. Just the AoE of it has been catching him a few. So smoke from Secret with this DD. So he gets the jump.
Yeah, it's only going to last in that bottle for a bit longer, so they want to find that fight now while they can. Alliance, they've got the Chronosphere, but they are being patient. Once again, Hanskin, they have a scan on him. Zai's acting like he didn't have the scan.
Look at Hanskin, though. He's cutting trees. He's moving in more. Nisha, spider legging through to find him, though. He knows.
Yeah, smoke's going to break eventually here, and no way. He was just outside of nighttime vision. Hanskin kept it going that entire time and does TP out.
And now he's going to join his team, too. And they've got a smoke ready. So it's a lot of these fights up to initiation. It's going to be if Nico Baby, can he catch or be aware of the positioning of that Wyvern as he picks up a full eye of Scotty. He's unbelievably tanky now. Fun Matu started.
Matu without Yapsor being around. Yapsor does have his Blink Dagger. He's going to be TPing in here. Alliance.
Defensive Stampede.
Yeah.
Alliance re-smoking, just like they did earlier, knowing that this is a window for them to look for this big fight. They still have this ward top too. I don't know if it actually gave them any info just yet.
Yapsor, look at him. He's breaking smokes by cutting through the trees like that and then blinks out. Alliance, of course, they're like, our smoke broke. Like, where is he? But he was in a hard area to be able to find.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Secret just they're trying to buy some time here versus this Chrono. Zai trying to finish up this next big item here, going for his axe. He might get found.
No, Zai. Okay. They were actually scared of him. They thought the rest of Secret was up there, I think.
Yeah, Limp's DK form was ending, so I think someone must have made that executive call. Like, careful, quickly.
Yeah.
But Zai, he'll get time to buy Axe. So now they'll have more defensive abilities, at least to try to protect Matu, as he's really needed in this game. So inside that Chrono, he'll have Cold Embrace and that nice reduction. And the Stampede reduction, of course, did get buffed.
I would,
that 5.5 seconds when he has it finished.
Jesus, look at that damage dealt, man. The percentage-based damage is no joke from the Underlord. I would love for them to take that outpost, but...
Oh, look at the setup.
Yeah. Oh, they got him. Rod of Atos. And he will fight back as he can, but against 3, it's not a fair matchup. Matamba Man's going to use his extra boost of movement speed to make sure he's not caught as well. Nice move from Alliance.
And FNG somehow has the 5 position ET, not only with Solar Crest Cap, but he's got Aghanims.
Wow.
It's not the biggest one because he isn't playing versus one of these agi cores like your Morphling Spectres, etc., where that's where ET really thrives because he can stand next to them and break the armor. But either way, it's gonna make him a real big nuisance in the fights anyway.
You can see a bit of the effect of the ET in these fights. Is Sven actually just got his level 20 talent and went to plus armor rather than the movement speed because he's like, that bonus armor is really important.
Yeah, anytime that you can get plus armor for sure versus ET, definitely appropriate. I didn't even know that talent existed, I'll be totally honest with you.
Yeah, I think that's a new one.
Tier 2, flamed up, and oh, look at what's top rune.
Oh, another delicious blue rune.
Looks like, all right, got my bottle ready. Here you go, Nico baby. And Roche will be up in about 2 minutes, so they can hang on to the DD in that bottle until the Roche does come up. That's going to be pretty huge for Alliance for that next fight.
Man, they just last in bottles for so long.
They really do. And Nisha's game is just hard. Like, he has to itemize like this, but not having his own defensive item. I mean, he at least has the Bloodstone heal that will come into play, but man, he just can get popped so easily from this Alliance lineup.
See, these bottle power runes are so big because, like, Secret's going in under smoke, but they don't realize that there's going to be this double damage, and that's a huge factor.
Zai?
Nico, baby. Yeah. Zai misses out on that one. S4, he's breaking the smoke now. Into the back. Matubba, he jumps forward almost immediately, going for FNG, and they will manage to kill him with a bit. First bit of the BKB. Hanskin, he's going to jump forward. They're going to go for the kill onto Lasher, but they don't quite get it. But Nico Baby's finally here. He has his double damage ready to go. He's going to be used up for a second. Stun going out. He's actually being chained up a little bit here. But of course, nobody really wants to fight into him. Finally sees the opportunity for that Chronosphere. He's on him onto Tubbaman. But Tubbaman's just being ripped apart by that double damage. Now it's Nisha's turn as well. The 2 cores dead for Nico Baby. He goes for a third one as well. Zai, he hits a stomp, a winner's curse, but Yapzor couldn't get away. It didn't drag in the Dragon Knight. Now Zai, he's surely dead. Nico Baby handles Secret.
And it looks like a decent jump for them. They get onto FNG, but the buybacks are ready. And Nico Baby, he pump fakes the one chrono, forces the blink back from Yapzor, and then limps like, don't worry, buddy, I got you. Jumps in, controls Yapzor for the chrono to catch onto Matu perfectly. Some great tag teaming teamwork from Alliance in that last fight.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they look like they planned that all together, right? Nico Baby, no way for him to get caught. Nico Baby also jumps in, but he doesn't pop the DD right away because he doesn't have a BKB to protect it. He gets Yules. He still has that DD in his bottle, and then he's able to pop it. Then he's able to hit that Chronosphere, and that double damage means it's not 1 core kill he gets, but 2.
Alliance really is looking like the best team fighting team right now in Europe. Like, when you get these type of fights, just the way that they set up and they just like tag team and work off of each other, you really start to see the beauty in it. And out into Roche right away. I saw Nico Baby, he had Shard queued up, and now he doesn't even have to purchase it. He just get one for free off of that Roche. And now the game, very difficult for Secret to bring back.
Yeah, you can see, like, he jumps in after everyone's, like, the burst damage is already kind of there. Matubba Man, he wanders back in. He's like, okay, I gotta help my team. But that's when Nico Baby sees the opportunity. He's like, great, I can get the Chronosphere onto both cores, so Cold Embrace can only save one of them. Yapzor was being harassed by both S4 and Limp at that time, so he was playing for the Cold Embrace counter, but his allies also backed him up there. They also said, we're going to make sure this Winter Wyvern isn't a problem for you.
Yeah, those, Limp, honestly, just recognizing the fact that he can get the jump on him there is perfect. And yeah, like you said, 2-man chrono also. He probably could have only saved the one. Is Limp again.
Hopped into them, stuns Nico Baby, but now has put this Leshrac in an awkward position. The Cold Embrace is only going to do so much for you, especially as the magic damage is enough to kill him, even as the curse comes out. Yapzor, he dies, caught by the ET. Limp jumping forward, seeing his opportunity, seeing their opportunity to be able to beat Secret and place themselves, most likely, it's the first slot here in the Western European. DPC Puppy, very easy kill. The tips being given away. Alliance are feeling it right now. They've got this game.
He tipped Puppy. He tipped Puppy. Oh my god.
Nobody tips Puppy. Nobody.
Man, this is such an impressive game, really, from Alliance. Like, everybody just doing such a good job of understanding how they need to take the fights. That last one, even FNG just having some fun with it. The ET splitter with the shard, too. He jumps into the back on top of FNG. Now they have so many ways to reach the back lines. 2 racks is claimed. Nico Baby not stopping.
Keeps that a-rolling.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Megas soon to ensue here as he jumps forward, seeing if he can potentially catch the Winter Wyvern. Doesn't. The smoke breaks. Matubba Man, he thought he had himself a sneaky position, but he's been caught. No chance to even get off the BKB. The damage just rains on in, and Nico Baby, he keeps on poking at him. He says, you want to get close to me? I'm ready to go. I've got the shard. I can jump in, jump back out. The cookie goes in. They're going to buy back now, and Matubba Man, they're going to go for this kill, but Nico Baby jumping back in and then back out with the Time Walk shard. They're going to try and take down this Aegis and see if they have enough, but they don't quite get him.
They can't even kill him the once.
They needed that kill. He needed to kill, take away that Aegis now, and then see if they can burst him down a second time. Another double damage.
Oh, well, of course, why not? On top of giving him also, I didn't point this out because I feel like I point it out every game, but Nether Shaw. You know, that magic resistance from Nico Baby has been pretty clutch most of this game, and even just extra amp up for his time locks. Limp's actually the one who's just going to take the DD. He's like, you know what, Nico Baby, you've had enough. I want my fun. I like playing with DD as well. It's my bottle after all.
Yeah. It's fair. Man's not wrong.
Double damage.
Drax.
I mean, they see Puppey out on the map. They're like, okay, we're just going to go back into the base. Another jump forward, another jump back. He just keeps it going. BKB activated by Limp before the stomp comes in. They're just going to go for Megas here and then potentially get out. As Nico Baby keeps on teasing Secret. Nisha going to be saved by the cold embrace. Matumman's finally going to come in. He actually pops God straight. They're going to go for the kill now. And a Nico Baby a 3-man Chronosphere all lined up. A Winter's Curse is going to be able to save them for a moment. But it's only a second or two before Nico Baby rains hell down on Secret. No buybacks from those two cores. And Puppey calls it GG. Alliance get another 2-1 victory. 4-0 now, the Western European DPC.
They're guaranteed now, right? Well, it should be as long as they win the other matchups because they've faced all the hard teams so far in Alliance. Man, they're looking so good in fights. I'm really loving. That's probably the biggest aspect of them that I'm loving. Between that and warding from